Welcome back to another Conductor Sunday live stream. I'm your host, Theme Park Conductor, and tonight we have a legendary content creator in the house, and he's going to break everything down for me and Tommy Toon World as we approach our first ever trip to Walt Disney World. And many of you probably know, watching my content, I call him the modern day Walt Disney himself. But before we get started, we're going to introduce two other gentlemen that have been consistent on being on Conductor Sunday live stream. I am so pleased and blessed to call them my homies from Anaheim. So let's get right into it. We got the first person we got Mr. Orange Grove 55 with that wild, wicked patent hairstyle. I love it. I think you're actually going to be fighting Josh tomorrow between hairstyles.
I think so. I'm in the running for that position because of my hair. So keep an eye out for me this week.
Exactly. But Orange Grove 55, where can everybody find you on social media?
Yeah, Conductor, I want to thank you for having me on. And we got Tommy Toon, we got Hey Bricky in the house. This is going to be a West Coast banger. Legendary show. I love you guys. And yeah, you can find me right here on YouTube, Orange Grove 55. You can find me on X, Orange Grove 55. You can also find me on Instagram, Orange Grove 55.
Absolutely. And it's always great to have Orange Grove 55. The next gentleman we got is Mr. Tommy Toon World with his world famous food reviews. And I call him Mr. Young Steven Spielberg, because this guy, when it comes to food reviews, he's just like all into it, films it, you know, does all this stuff and makes it production quality. It's amazing. But Tommy Toon World, it's always great to have you in the house. Where can everyone find you on social media?
Man, what's up, Conductor? I'm happy to be on Conductor Sunday Live with OG. And then, man, Hey Bricky, man, I have a lot of respect for him. Man, I'm excited for this one. We got to talk shop. Yeah, but man, you can find me on YouTube at TommyToon_world. Then TikTok, the same thing. And then more on Instagram is TommyToon_.
Absolutely. It's great to have Tommy Toon World on the show. And now for the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Hey Bricky. There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, guys? How you doing? This is kind of like if the Avengers had a road crew and then the road crew had people that changed their oil. That's what we are. We're that many steps away from the Avengers, but still coming together to make one Voltron of theme park activity. So let's go. Let's jump in. Let's get it going. And where you can find me is over on the YouTube. I have two channels. You can find me every Saturday on my main channel, Hey Bricky, and you can find me on my daily vlog, the Bricky Vlog. And at some point this year, you will find me in Japan, because when the big channel hits 100,000, I'm going straight to Japan to see the Disney Springs. And next week, you can find me in Walt Disney World, which is what we're talking about, because you guys are going out there very soon. And believe it or not, I'm now going to Sherpa other folks through the Walt Disney World magic and what to look for, most importantly, when you're a Disneyland person, when you finally go out east, because there is a good reason to go out there. And we'll get into that later on in today's show. But look at me. I already took over.
Yeah, it's all good by all means. But like I said, though, Bricky, I've said it to you in person. I love hanging out with you in the parks. You are a true, absolute inspiration to many of us in the YouTube community that cover the theme parks. That's why I literally call you the modern day Walt Disney himself, because just the mindset, the energy, the history that you do for your channel, both your channels, and just how you film content, how you break it down for all of us is just truly legendary.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a huge compliment and big shoes to fill. But kind of the idea of getting into it all was, I come from the world of advertising and design and storytelling. And, you know, every project I've done in my career has led me up to this moment. And when I started doing the videos, there was a couple of things that I wanted to do. I wanted to never work for Disney, because it's way better to be independent and to be able to tell the story the way that you want to, and not, you know, feel like you have to worry about losing media access or whatever. So it was very important to be independent, but it was also very important at the same time to make content that felt like it could have been produced by Disney, because like a lot of people, I went to the parks, fell in love with the parks. And when I came home, I still wanted to go there. I still wanted to learn about it. I still wanted to consume it. And I still wanted to feel the Disney magic. So one of the things I've tried to do is tried to make content that almost feels like it would have been made by Disney. And lots of times in the comments, I'll see people go, this guy's got to work for him. Like, how does he get these shots so empty? And it's because I put a tremendous amount of extra effort into my videos. So it does have that emptiness and that stillness and feel highly produced. So I think what you're catching on to is kind of what I was trying to do and make something that like embodied the Walt Disney spirit, the spirit of the parks, and felt like it was Disney storytelling at a Disney level, but most importantly, not produced by Disney, because even though they're the world's greatest storytellers, they cannot tell their own story to save their life. And it takes Leslie Iwerks to jump in to be able to finally tell something about the Disney story that doesn't feel like it's one long infomercial. Like, we all love Disney. There's no way any of us could ever watch that Christmas morning parade. It's absolutely unwatchable because it's such a marketing disaster. So the goal was to do something different. And that's why YouTube exists, for independent creators to kind of, create their own space, do things the way they want to. And a lot of us are really finding a rhythm to do that. So let's get started. I've said too much, but for the new folks, I want to let them know kind of what I'm doing and what Theme Park Conductor was kind of alluding to there and how that was kind of the style guide for my channel.
No, absolutely. And I do have a video that I brought up. It's from a gentleman, and it's basically just showing Walt Disney World around. So I'm not going to play the audio, but for the other two reaction videos we're going to do tonight, both each of them are on your channel, Bricky, on Bricky Vlogs and Hey Bricky. We will play the sound later on for that. But as we watch this video, again, I'm going to be asking you questions. Anyone else can ask you questions about what me and Tommy can expect going to Walt Disney World for our very first time.
Tommy, it's your first time too?
Yeah, man. I have not done it before, man. I've been to Florida, but never to Orlando for any of the parks, man.
Well, I would like to quickly point out Orlando or the Disney bubble is not Florida. They are two very different things.
Very much so.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta get prepared.
Yeah. No, the Walt Disney World is crazy because it's so much more than the parks, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
The parks are a big element of it. And I think that, like, a lot of people focus on the parks, but man, when I was down there, it was like the resorts and just that resort vibe that actually impressed me even more than the parks, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to really relate to these guys. It's the connective tissue that makes it very different because, you guys are regulars for the West Coast parks and you know your way around them. So a lot of the attractions you're going to experience are very similar to what you've done with maybe a little twist. But I think what you'll really fall in love is getting back to the spirit of not knowing what's around the corner. So you'll get to enjoy that level of discovery. But what OG said, which I think was the biggest thing that blew me away, was just the connective tissue of it all, and like, because I'm the vibes guy right there, that was my favorite ride, like riding the ferry boat over to the Magic Kingdom. It just like, it instantly puts a lump in my throat, like every time, and the reveal of how you come around that island to see the Magic Kingdom, it really is a magical reveal. And it makes our two parks being just like football throwing distance apart seem so hilarious.
Oh yeah. It's crazy because our resort, quote unquote resort, is very much centered around that theme park experience, right? If you don't have the theme parks, there isn't really much there, But with Walt Disney World, I mean, you can go to Disney World and technically not even go to the parks and have an amazing time. I mean, the Polynesian, a lot of these resorts are just incredible experiences, even if you just go there and that's it.
Yeah, and to your point, I have a trip coming up on the horizon. And I'll be going solo for a few days, and then my wife and my crew of friends will be joining me out there. That's one of the best views ever, man. Getting up on the train station and just looking down at Cinderella. But what me and my friends are going to be doing is they all bought 3-day park hoppers. I'm a AP at all the parks. And so they bought 3-day park hoppers, but they're going to be there for 4 full days because we always plan a resort day. And in many ways, sometimes the resort day is the funnest day. And if you ignore Animal Kingdom, you can get to all of the different parks through the Disney proprietary transportation. And I'm not talking about a bus because Bricky don't bus, but as far as like taking, the boats, because there's the ferry boats, there's the friendship boats, there's the monorail, which is outside of the parks, which is very different than Disneyland. It actually is transportation and not a part of Disneyland and Tomorrowland. Because, you know, OG, how many times have we talked about people go like, why don't they put a monorail stop here in California? Like, well, then they would have to make it to where this monorail cart is for people that have a reservation for DCA and Disneyland. This monorail cart is from somebody who's just passing through. Like, they can't do that. So you can literally just go there and hop from the resorts, which right now you're like, why would I want to go from hotel to hotel? But when you go there, this is that advice that will resonate. And you'll be like, oh yeah, I see what they were talking about. This part of the experience is awesome. And it really does create a whole level of discovery where instead of just being inside of a theme park, you're inside of a world. Really. I mean, that's why it's Walt Disney World, because it's its own little world. And you just leave everything else, not outside of the berm, but outside of that Disney bubble. And, you know, politics, sports, money, bills, you know, sick family members, like it all just disappears when you go in there. And that's why so many people are addicted to going time and time again. That's why DVC is so possible. And that's why this is the most traveled to theme park and, you know, theme park resort in the entire world.
No, well said, Bricky. And you're never going to have another Walt Disney World ever. No. It doesn't matter what they do in Tokyo. It doesn't matter what they do even in like Dubai, or all these other places, or I'm not Dubai, I'm sorry, Abu Dhabi. Disney World, they will never acquire this much land ever again. Walt Disney really did a miracle here. And this Walt Disney World property is 1 in a million. And it's very, very special for that reason. And it's crazy too, like as a Disneylander, born and raised out here in California, going to Disneyland my whole life. Right. It was crazy to me riding the monorail out there at Walt Disney World. And we're on this monorail for like 15 minutes and we're still going. And I'm like, we're still over Disney property. Like, it's just vast land. I mean, it's crazy, you know?
So here are a couple of my favorite rides. If I could offer these to you right now.
100%.
Okay. So these are things that I would highly recommend doing, and they're way off the beaten path. So number one is, the very first time you go to the Magic Kingdom, you have to go to TTC, the Ticket Transportation Center, and you have to get on one of the ferry boats, and you have to take the ferry boat across the Seven Seas Lagoon. And when you're doing this, just think about like Harbor Boulevard and how you drive up and you see Disneyland, and think about how Walt wanted to make his own oasis, his own world within a world. And when you're on this boat and you start to see the top spire of Sleeping Beauty and the park reveals itself, it's man-made, you know, like all of the dirt that makes the second floor, which is what, you know, the Magic Kingdom sits on, all of that dirt came from where you're floating right there on the Joe Fowler or the Dick Irvine. I think that's what the other boat is. And so those boats take you over there and take you into the magic. So that is one of the best reveals ever. Get on the top deck, try to get in the one of the two top corners and just like soak it in, like just let it absorb itself, let it reveal itself. And also make sure at the end of your vacation, when you're there for the very last time, make sure that's the way that you kiss it goodbye. Because just being on the boat with a face full of tears and just like seeing it disappear off in the distance, it's like, you know, those romantic scenes in movies where they're at the airport, you know, before terrorism, and you can actually go to the gate and you could say goodbye to the person you love and, you know that you'll see them again, but you don't know when. So that's one of my favorite attractions. Now, maybe my favorite ride ever out there is that when you're at TTC, there are 2 monorail loops, right? There's 2 circles. There's the resort loop that goes, you know, through the Contemporary, and you got to ride that once at least, because riding a monorail through a hotel is unbelievable. Like, it's so magical going through the Contemporary. You have to do that. But the real monorail joy, and you guys are going to go there where when there's a festival going, so Epcot looks beautiful. Riding the monorail through Epcot is the best Disney attraction I've ever been on.
Wow.
Because instead of just riding a ride, you're riding into Walt's like post-life dream. You know, his last breaths in the hospital right across the street from the studios. He was trying to explain to Roy what he wanted Epcot to be. Now, did they make it exactly like that? No. Could Walt have made it like that? Probably not. But when you ride the monorail through Epcot, you're riding through the future and the past at the same time. It's like you're going through a World's Fair. It's like you're going through Walt's, vision of what the future could be. You're looking over at Spaceship Earth, which isn't my favorite theme park ride, but you're just looking out. Like it's like the Disneyland Railroad, but on steroids, because you're floating through the sky as if you're going to heaven, and you're just looking over everything. And I can't tell you enough how it is secretly one of the most magical experiences that you'll ever have. No theme park ticket required. Like that's the magical thing about that.
No, and Ricky, you bring up Spaceship Earth, which that was one thing that blew my mind, man. I mean, we don't have anything like that out here, where it's like the scale of that whole structure is incredible. And you and I are vibes guys. Tommy, are you a vibes guy? I never asked you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a vibes guy. I'll get on the rides for sure. I just got to, keep it balanced. But for sure, vibes, I catch all like the parades and everything and just chill out and kind of soak everything in too.
I think as a vibes guy, you're going to dig the hell out of Spaceship Earth, man. I mean, I was blown away by that. And also Animal Kingdom is all vibes. Yeah. So that park is crazy.
I'm excited for Animal Kingdom the most, almost,
So a friend of mine, a really good friend of mine who's been a big supporter and just a great guy. When I rode Epcot, or I went to Epcot for the first time, it was in 2021 when the parks had reopened and everything. And so I was there for the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World. And so my very first night at Epcot, my friend's like, I want to, there's a whole crew of us together. And my friend's like, I want to ride with you when we go through Spaceship Earth. I'm like, cool. And my whole life, I'd always wondered what was in that thing. And I never knew. And anytime I'd watch a YouTuber that would go into it, I'd instantly like turn the video off or skip ahead. Because I always, like, it was a childhood dream of mine to go to Epcot. Never made it. And there was that old commercial of Mickey standing on top waving at the helicopter as they did the flyby shot, which I'm just like, how the hell did they do that? And how scary was that?
Oh, man.
Turns out terrifying. The woman was screaming the entire time, bring me back in, bring me back in. And they're just like, 5 more minutes, the helicopter's almost there. So there's a funny story behind this childhood dream that I had. But regardless, I never let myself know it was inside of Spaceship Earth. And so when I went in Spaceship Earth, I don't know what's going to happen. And each scene started revealing itself and it started coming together. And then like, I'm literally like face full of tears because it's so emotional and it's so impressive. And when I got off, my friend goes, "What did you think?" I go, "They made a dark ride for smart people." Like it's like literally a ride for smart people. And I want to break that thought down real quick. Normally the idea is you dumb everything down.
Yeah.
So that, there's a thing that they call in entertainment, the LCD, lowest common denominator. Yeah. It's done really, really well for another thing called the WWE. And so what you try to do is you try to just make stuff so anybody can understand what it is. Like, even if they're illiterate, they understand what it is. For example, the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland is white marble and pristine because it's an English-speaking audience. But Phantom Manor at Disneyland Paris, an international park where people speak multiple languages, they purposely made that look like a haunted house so people could look at it and go, that's a haunted house, because not everybody would be able to read the sign out front. So you think about how you take these things and you boil them down to their essence so anybody can understand them. Spaceship Earth has got levels to it, man. Like, it is so deeply, the philosophy behind it is this planet that we're on is a spaceship. And all of us right now, we are crew members on Spaceship Earth, and we are flying through space together as a crew. When you think of this planet as a spaceship, it literally makes your brain like flip back over to its very limit and then come back with, what the hell was that? Like, that's how deep of a thought process that is. So won't say much more about it other than, like, to me, that is a must ride every time. It's a very emotional ride for me. And later on, I can share with you one of my best Walt Disney World experiences ever that happened on my 50th birthday when I got to ride that in a very, very special way.
Oh, very awesome. So, Bricky, I want to ask you, you were kind of diving into, what to do. My question to you would be, is because you mentioned about, obviously riding attractions that obviously we don't have at Walt's original Magic Kingdom, as you like to reference it a lot in your videos. would there be any attraction for a first timer like me and Tommy that is duplicated at Disneyland but hits differently at Walt Disney World?
Yes. I won't say any more because I don't know how much you know, and there you should have some surprises.
I'm sure.
But the one ride that most West Coasters think, I know how it works, and you don't, is the Hollywood Tower of Terror.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Just ride it. Don't look anything up. Don't let anybody tell you anything. Just ride it and know you're going to have a hell of a time. That was one of those rides when I rode with my friends. I didn't look out the elevator. I was doing this the whole time. Like I was stealing their magic because I wanted to see what they thought of that ride. But, you know, obviously you guys are going to want to do, you know, all the rides, and you should. But if you don't mind, I'd kind of like to give you a brief guide of the different parks and how I think that you can put them in the best order possible and how you can use each park to your own advantage. Is that something you guys would be interested in?
Absolutely.
100%. Yeah. Cause
Okay.
like, you know, like I'm always wondering, like, are we going to skip Galaxy's Edge just totally? Like,
No,
do
you
we
got to
need
do a
to?
lap
Is it
through it.
worth-
No. Yeah.
that's
you
what
gotta-
I'm saying. So like,
Yeah.
I know I need some pointers on that. Like,
So my biggest suggestion would be this, because you guys are insiders and you know this world a lot. I would go to every park and either like commit like an entire day to it so you can do the slow roll, or just go to the park and say, first things first, I just want to take a lap. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. And I just want to walk the grounds and just see the whole thing, pull out my iPhone, write down the things that I want to go back and experience more. But there's something beautiful about just kind of like walking through it and being like, what's here? What's there? Like just doing a lap. And that's what I did the first time I went out. So my biggest suggestion to you is start with the Magic Kingdom because it's the most familiar to you. And keep in mind that you each are going there, and this happened to OG and myself, but you're going there with a blessing. So the first time I walked into Magic Kingdom, I had literally been to Disneyland over like 700, 800 times, which means I went to Magic Kingdom with the same amount of information or close to the same amount of information as the people that built it to make it, quote, better than Disneyland. So when you guys walk through Magic Kingdom, you're instantly going to be like, whoa, this is different. But you guys are bright enough to be like, oh, I see what they were trying to fix there. I see why they made that wider. I see why they made that bigger. And you're going to go into Adventureland and be like, oh, that's a lot easier to get into. Like you're going to kind of see some of the revisions and how it worked. And you guys are smart enough to know that contextual difference of design. So I say Magic Kingdom is your first day park. The one thing there that you have to prioritize, because it's very different than back home, is you have to make Tron and the Snow White ride. You got to make those your big dues. But then there's also a list of things that if you love Disneyland still exist there that don't exist here. So those things you got to prioritize is the Carousel of Progress, the People Mover, you know, the Hall of Presidents. Even though, like, you know, you might be kind of like, I'm not really kind of feeling doing something patriotic and long right now. You have to go see it just from a technological point of view. And you got to think about, like, America was way different when that opened up. You got to kind of put yourself in that context, and you got to check out their tree house. So those are some of the things that are like contextually different, but I would do Magic Kingdom first. And then the next park I suggest doing Animal Kingdom second.
wow.
And I'll tell you why. Because Animal Kingdom is a rope drop park. It closes very early. Like it closes at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock because of the animals. So you want to get there at rope drop because you've only got so much time there. And when you get there at rope drop, you want to go, and I hate telling you this, but you want to go straight up the spine of the park as quickly as you can. Because the first thing you want to get on is the safari. Because the line for the line for the safari,
bro.
The line for the safari lasts forever. Like, it's a long ride, you know, it's like a 20-minute theme park ride. And you go to the safari and you just roll around and you see all the animals. And that instantly will put you in the world of Animal Kingdom like no other attraction that's there. And then the one show I highly recommend seeing is they summon the birds into the Tree of Life, the macaws.
Wow.
You're ready for a face full of Disney magic that your heart will overflow and it will leak down your chubby little cheeks, because it is such a beautiful moment of like theme park, nature, and just the overall like spirit of what the world should be. And it's so far from that. What I will say about that park is it is very fun to walk around and explore.
Yeah.
But the one thing that's interesting about it is it's the only Disney theme park that tonally is the exact same tone through the entire park. It is literally, spoiler alert, a giant Batu.
Yeah.
Like it all looks like Galaxy's Edge.
No, you're right.
But
You're
Africa,
right.
but Asia. And it's like it was like they were like, hey, you know what we should do? We should make a theme park that celebrates every rundown place around the world.
Yes.
They accomplished it.
Well, and the crazy thing too, Bricky, you're right. And it's even going to be more so that way because they're getting rid of Dino Land. Because Dino Land was the one thing that was a little different, a little plasticky. Yes. And now they're going to replace it with another kind of weathered looking area, which I'm fine with that. But it's crazy. You're right. The whole park has that same vibe. And it doesn't really have a layout that you can, it's kind of like a weird layout, which is kind of works for this park because you kind of have to meander and it's almost like you're really exploring.
It is. You will get lost. It doesn't have like the entryway, I'll just tell you guys, is the most unique Disney park entryway you'll ever walk into. It really, really breaks the template. So here's the thing. You're going to get kicked out of there like around 4 o'clock or so, right? 5 o'clock, whatever. It closes way early. It's stupid how early it closes. Like it's almost impossible to see the Avatar
at night, right?
Yeah. It's like, I've only seen it at night twice. And one time I had to really like beg to see it at night. So my thought process there is that when you're done with that park, just go straight to Hollywood Studios.
Okay.
Because Hollywood Studios is a half-day park. In my estimation, it's the worst park at Walt Disney World, and it's the worst domestic park. It was designed to be a half-day park. They've done some things to try to improve it, but it really has kind of no rhythm and no flow. And I think that the best version of Disney Hollywood Studios is in the evening hours when the neon's on. And it's kind of like, imagine if California Adventure had like 4 more blocks to it. Like it kind of has that kind of vibe. And so I really think that between one day, you can knock out Animal Kingdom, not have to go back. You can do Hollywood Studios in the evening and kind of get like a really good vibe for what it is. And then that leaves your next day to just full on rope drop till the end of the day. Do Epcot last. It's unlike anything you've ever seen. They'll never make it again. They'll never replicate it. And it is just an unbelievable park. And as the day changes, the vibe of the park changes. Like you will be surprised how you'll go to Epcot and you'll spend your day walking in circles and circles and circles and circles going, this is the best thing ever. This is the best thing ever. Like you don't even care if you ride anything and there's not a lot of rides there. It's just about being there. It's a place that you just want to be and belong in. And so literally after you've kind of done that template, that's how you kind of do it all in like 3 days. And I think the best way to reveal it, then the rest of your trip there is just kind of like, well, what do we want? What kind of quest do we want to get into? You know, and like you can rope drop Hollywood Studios on day 4. By noon, you're done there and be like, you know what? Let's get on the Skyliner and let's take a gondola straight over to Epcot. And then maybe let's take a friendship boat. Let's get in a boat and take a boat over to Epcot. So like after you kind of do the parks 1, 2, 3, then the rest of your trip, and I promise you this, is a grab bag of like, what do you guys want to do? You want to get on the monorail and just head over to Magic Kingdom and like, you know, try to see if we can catch the fireworks show? Because after you consume the parks individually, the whole rest of your trip, you'll start to understand it's about resort living. Yeah. If you have park hoppers, it's about like, I own all of this for the next 5 days or how many days you have there. So that is the way that I would say like theme parks first, the order to do them in. And then after that, then you just kind of like explore it all, you know? And I think that you guys knowing what you know, I mean, you know, the rides that we don't have here, you know that like you got to do Cosmic Rewind, you know, like that's probably the most successful ride they've made since COVID. But you know, there's the birds right there. That is an unbelievable show. Unbelievable show. Wow. Yeah. But you know, that's my vibe on how to do it as a vibe guy. But yeah, I mean, you guys will go there, you'll discover it, and I swear to you, one day you'll just be like, because I thought it would be a park a day.
Sure.
I wasn't considering that it's so much more than that. And, I'm fortunate enough to go there, and I have, I go there with a big group of people, and I have friends that live out there. And so, like I'm in Hollywood Studios, and I'm getting a text from like Eric over at WDWNT. And he's like, "Hey man, Tom and I are getting ready to eat over at Epcot. We got room on our table. You want to join us?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I'm like, Skyliner or boat to go meet with my buds, Wow. And don't tell us where you're staying at, because that's your personal information.
Oh yeah.
But I'll tell you this, the best way to get around is Uber.
Yes.
Okay. Take Uber.
That's what I've heard.
And you have to do a little finagling, but you take Uber. The best way to get to Magic Kingdom is you can roll the dice on this, but you get an Uber and have it take you to the Contemporary or Bay Lake Tower. And the security guard will stop the car and be like, "Oh, we're meeting friends for lunch at Steakhouse 71. And if they don't reject the Uber, you get dropped off there, and you can literally just walk right over Magic Kingdom, and it saves you so much time, because those buses are a bust. You get on that bus and it's stopping at every hotel. It's going everywhere, and there's nothing that'll kill the magic faster. So I Uber a lot when I'm in the bubble. And you can get a car fast. No place is too far. Most Uber rides are going to be between like $15 and $25. To me, shaving an hour in frustration and not having to be in a capsule with crying children. No offense to the children out there. I too was a child once, and I cried and shit my pants. But if you want to have an efficient way to get around, Uber's your best friend.
Yeah.
No,
100%.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's crazy too with Walt Disney World how Bricky's right. I mean, you're going to do the theme parks, and then you're going to realize there is so much more to this thing, and it's going to blow your guys' mind. It really, really is. And they will never be able to duplicate this experience ever anywhere else ever again. No. And it's awesome. Now, Bricky, I wanted to ask you, with Magic Kingdom, do you feel like, because Disneyland's the GOAT. Disneyland's like probably like one of the best, or if not the best parks they've ever built.
Top tier for
sure. Did that impact your opinion on Magic Kingdom? It impacted mine a little bit. I gotta admit.
Yeah. Magic Kingdom, you're like, could you have tried any less with Frontierland and Adventureland just being a long boomerang? Like, I don't want to kick the tires too much on it, because these boys haven't been there before. But here's the thing. Every time I walk into Magic Kingdom, I get that rush. I get that feeling. I get that rush, and it is such a magical place. That being said, there's only one Disneyland. Yeah. Walt only ever went to one park, and it's the one that's over at 1313 Disneyland Drive, and there will only ever be that park. So Magic Kingdom has a lot of magic in it, and it's really, really, really fun. But yeah, there's a lot of things where it's just like, that's cute. That's cute that you tried that.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Magic Kingdom has a lot of great stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that felt like live action Disneyland, right? Where it like technically checks all the boxes, but like the soul isn't quite there.
But it does have things.
Yeah, so like there's Tomorrowland's way better, I think.
But Liberty Square is amazing. Liberty Square is kind of like more of Main Street USA. It's more of that cottagey stuff that I love so much. It's amazing to see a Tomorrowland that's actually functioning. And guys, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay? Tommy, I know you like the food. Yeah. There is a restaurant inside of Liberty Square in the Magic Kingdom called the Liberty Tree. And you know what they serve there? Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. They serve Thanksgiving. It's all it is. You go in there, you go, what do you want to eat? You go, Thanksgiving. And then the next thing you know, family style, Thanksgiving shows up. Turkey, stuffing, dressing, mashed potatoes, gravy. And it's all family style. And you're just like, holy shit, there's a Christmas store around the corner. And now I'm sitting at Thanksgiving. What is this oasis that I'm in? So that is a place where you go. And then later you sit on a bench being like, did I just give myself the diabetes? Like you're kind of like, almost falling asleep on a bench, and you're like, worth it. So yeah, the Liberty Tree is something I highly recommend.
Yeah, the food the food is crazy at Walt Disney World. We ate at the Yak and Yeti over here at Animal Kingdom. and amazing food. The thing I like about Animal Kingdom too, with the food, it's very cultural. So you get a good variety of stuff over there. So Tommy, you're gonna have a blast because I know like you're the food guy, dude. You're gonna have like so many options with this. You're gonna go nuts. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I always wonder, what's going to be the fire there. I was going to ask Bricky real quick, like, what's your like go-to? Do you grab like a coffee or a churro or popcorn or like, what's your walk around thing? Nothing too much. Or you like water or chilling out?
Here's what you're going to love. So when you go to Magic Kingdom, you go up to the hub, which by the way, the hub is gorgeous. It's so big. It's so luxurious. Like it makes me want to go to Shanghai so bad. So you go up to the hub and you hook a left, like you're going over Adventureland. And there's this little cart and it sells egg rolls, but half of them are pizza egg rolls that are so good that the Kelsey brothers said that they each ate like 36 of them while they were there. And then they also serve a cheeseburger egg roll. And the cheeseburger egg roll is like somebody took an In-N-Out burger and like rolled it up in like a little like egg roll shell and gave it to you. So those are great. And then Tommy, so that you know that the hype is real, after you eat those, like, I'm so thirsty. You want to go a little bit further in Adventureland and over to your right, you're going to stop and you're going to get yourself an orange bird. And the orange bird is so delicious. It's orange drank with like a orange, like sherbet or whatever in it. And it is so delicious. Those are two things you want to knock out, like boom, boom, like as far as snacks go.
Oh man, right on. I'm taking this down right now, bro. You already know I'm gonna knock these out and shout you out in that for sure, man. We gotta lock in.
Oh,
and
definitely.
I just saw Richard Davis said over in the chat, and this is a really great advice too, is that one of the places that you definitely want to try to eat lunch one day is Ohana, which is over inside of the Polynesian. And see, this is a great thing. Like, this right here, Richard's advice is Magic Kingdom living. You're like in a theme park and you go, hey, let's hop on the monorail. Let's go over to the Poly. Let's get some of those amazing Hawaiian bread rolls and crush lunch there. And then we'll take the monorail back, or maybe we'll just walk back because, walking is a good thing to do after you've just stuffed your gut. Gets that blood sugar regulation flowing again. Wife's a nutritionist, might know a thing or two because I'm also obese. And so you do that, and then you maybe walk the path back over to the park, or you just get back on the monorail and do it again. So I think you guys are just going to be blown away that I know you guys are there for like a week. You will do a lot. You'll do way more than you imagine. And you'll be like, there's so much to do when we go back. Right, OG? Like you cannot get it all done at once.
No, you can't. You can absolutely not get it all done at once. Now, Bricky, I want to ask you, what are some of your favorite resorts?
Oh my God. I love so many of them for different reasons. So the place where I often will stay because it's affordable and I love the Skyliner is Pop Century. As far as the value resorts go, Pop Century is really, really nice. I once spent a hurricane at the sorry, my brain just drew a blank here. The mid-century modern one, my brain is just like completely, I'm having
the contemporary.
Thank you. The contemporary is awesome. Like that atrium and, like be low key, don't be obnoxious about it, but take the elevator up to the top and like look over the side of it, because here's how our brains work. Our brains are used to, like, whenever you go up to something high, you've gone upstairs, right? So when you're standing up someplace high, you can see how you travel to get there. That's how our brain works. Well, because the contemporary is an A-frame and the top floor is further out than the lower floor, when you look over the edge, you're like, holy shit. Because your brain doesn't process. It's like not how we process the world. So when you go up to the top and you look over the rail, it's completely like not how, because you're floating over all the floors that came before you. Like the top is the most narrow and it's very, very high in the air. Here's another little tip. If you are at the contemporary, you can go out of the contemporary on the main atrium area where there's the restaurants and stuff. And you can go out on that little patio out there, and you can even maybe casually walk up the stairs on the outside and get a beautiful view into the Magic Kingdom. But not only can you hang out there on the patio or on the stairs that go up the A-frame, and you can watch the monorails go by. But then when the fireworks happen, because they never cancel the fireworks out there, because they own their own land. They'll shoot the fireworks in a hurricane. They don't care. Like the fire, there's no little white balloon, no weather. Like they're shooting the fireworks off every night, guarantee you, like clockwork. So what you can do on that patio at the Contemporary or on that stairwell is you can watch the fireworks, and conveniently they pump in the music, and the music is delayed so it perfectly aligns with what you're seeing.
Oh, no way. That sounds crazy, bro. How bad do you think the construction will hinder Cinderella Castle when I'm out there?
I mean, here's the thing.
The scaffolding and stuff.
Would you love to see it without the cranes? I mean, they say they're moving the cranes every day at noon. Like you just might see a castle that's like pink on one side and white on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the thing about construction. When you don't know a park, you don't know what you're missing. Right.
100%. Right.
Like the first time I walked through DCA was when they were doing Buena Vista Street and they were just starting Cars Land. I'm like, oh, I don't know. And now I know what it's like, and I know what it was like before. But the first time you go to a park, you don't know what you're missing. So construction will be the last thing that you guys will, I'm worried about. Construction's when you've been too many times and you're just like, they moved a rock. Walt wanted that rock to be there. Why'd they move that rock? I got to tell you, man, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, they moved the rock to kill him in childhood. Why'd that rock have to go away? I mean, that was kind of like there's 10 best rocks, and that was the best rock, and now they moved it. And when's the rock going to come back? I mean, this place has gone to hell. There's no more rocks. You guys won't be that guy.
No.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you know what, Bricky, that is a perfect assessment in a nutshell of sometimes with the fandom and stuff. It gets crazy.
I mean, I am the rock guy. I'm making fun of myself when I say that.
Well, it's crazy too, because I heard, and not to go too much off on a tangent, but it is Walt Disney World related. But I heard for years and years, like in the fandom, like, oh man, dinosaur, that's a weak ride. Get rid of it. Yada yada yada. We would love to have Indy, and they're finally doing that. And I'm hearing all these complaints. Why are you getting rid of it? I'm like, that's what you all wanted for like how long? And now they're finally doing it. I don't know.
I mean, for you guys, like, here's how I prioritize rides when I'm out there. Mm-hmm. Did it used to be at Disneyland? Instant ride. Like Country Bear Jamboree, got to go do it. That's a Disneyland classic. So if it used to be at Disneyland, it goes to the top of my list. And if it doesn't exist at Disneyland, it goes to the top of my list. And so that's kind of how I would suggest prioritizing things. And then when you want to get into the minutia, you start doing things like, I'll ride It's a Small World, which is completely different than Our Small World. You know, same song, same concept, just different like set pieces. And, then you get into the nuance of like, their Pirates is very different. But out of the gate, the way I prioritize everything is if it's an exclusive or an old piece of Disneyland's history. And I think you'll be surprised how much old Disneyland still lives at Walt Disney World. That was the thing that like really, really surprised me. And then as we're looking at this B-roll that's playing here on loop, do yourself a favor too. Make sure you ride the Figment attraction. And then like every other person that's not from the East Coast or didn't grow up at Walt Disney World and Epcot, you'll just go, what the hell was that? And how did people fall in love with Figment? Like when I went to that, I'm like, this is the dude? This is like, that's Figment? That's what everybody's like, dude, gotta get that popcorn bucket. I will stand in line for 5 days to get that. Like I did the ride. I'm like, guy's kind of a jerk. Like I was like, I didn't understand that there were two versions before that. So you definitely have to do that because you'll walk out of there being like, I don't get the hype on Figment. And then that's when you'll go down the rabbit hole, which is why Disney parks are so fun because there's so much rich history there. You'll go down the rabbit hole and be like, oh, I saw 3.0. And the thing that everybody fell in love with was 1.0. And so this will also begin your journey when you say OG of like, you'll go there, you'll consume some things, but then you'll come home and you'll research even more because now your brain will be like, oh, what was that like on opening day? Or that felt weird. It obviously is some sort of bizarre Disney fix. So there's so much that this kind of gets the creative juices going on.
Yeah, 100%. And you can't do it all in one trip. I mean, if Bricky's right about that. You will not be able to do every single thing in like one singular trip. But like for me, like when I went, it was very satisfying because like you get in a lot of the stuff, most of the stuff probably, but now the next time you go, you can kind of fill in the gaps a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Last time I didn't get this, last time I didn't get that. So I can check that stuff out. It's not as the second time is probably less overwhelming. So each time will get better and better.
Do you know
100%?
Do you gentlemen know that there are actually things at Disneyland and DCA and the hotels that I have purposely never allowed myself to do at Disneyland Resort so that I can still have things to look forward to? For example, I have never allowed myself to ride Sailing Ship Columbia. And I have a very specific goal in mind that when I meet this goal, I will allow myself to ride Sailing Ship Columbia. But it's just like, I think it's important to leave a little bit behind.
Yeah.
And to leave room for the future. And one of the things that always is entertaining to me in the comment sections of the Hey Bricky channel is I'll be like, I'll do a video about the Matterhorn. And they'll be like, oh, I can't believe you didn't mention that there's a basketball court in the top of it. And it's like, well, one, everybody knows that. So that isn't really my style. But two, let's say that was like a fact. Like a good storyteller, you always leave a little bit of the story on the table so that the next time I want to do a video about oddities inside of attractions, I can talk about the basketball court. And at the end of that video, I can go, and aside from having the basketball court here, this is also one of the most innovative attractions that Disneyland ever built. Watch this video here to learn more about it. And when you watch that video, you won't hear that fact. So it won't be like, oh, this guy just repeats himself. So like the way that I make my videos is you always leave a little bit behind so you have more of a story to tell. That's exactly how Walt Disney World is that you guys will leave a little bit behind. So when you go there in the future, you're like, okay, here's the things I didn't make happen for whatever reason. I didn't make it on Pirates the first time I went there. When we go back, I can't wait to ride Pirates and see how it's different. And you know, that whole like mentality of like, I got to conquer it all. It's not how I live my life. It's not fun. It adds too much stress, and it doesn't leave any future development or future growth. Like people are always like, why have you not been to Knott's yet? I'm like, is it going to burn down? Is it going away? Because I thought it'd been there before Disneyland and it'll be there after. So like, I'll go to Knott's when I feel like, you know what, I need to add something new to my life. And I want to see Snoopy perform as Ozzy Osbourne. And now that I know that happens, I'm very Knott's curious. But I just feel like it's important to leave something on the table.
No, you're right.
100%.
And that's the problem with a lot of the way people do this stuff nowadays, Bricky. You're absolutely correct, where it's like they don't allow themselves to soak this stuff in. It's just rush. And it's better to kind of take your time, soak it in, and leave a little bit on the table, like Bricky was saying, for next time. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's so funny.
I like the way you guys. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, it's so funny to me because I'm just not this guy that when I'm at the park by myself and I have to ride a ride because I want to get some footage for whatever I'm working in story I'm telling on, the people that behind me are the ride crushers. They literally sound like stock traders. Like they're in line for a ride. They go, okay, if this one gets out, like if this gets done at like 9:10, we can make, if this is done at 9:10, by 9:30, we can get on Big Thunder. If we can get off of that by 10:15, we can make that lightning lane for Mickey Minnie's. I'm like, guys, breathe.
Yeah.
Like, what you're like day trading inside the theme park. You know what I mean? It's like, I listen to that and it stresses me out. So let me ask you guys, theme park conductor, like, what do you think you're looking forward to the most? Like, you know, we're kind of giving you some tips and vibes. Obviously, when you go there, life's going to take its course and you're just going to follow the magic. But like, what's the number one thing that you think you're looking forward to?
So the number one thing, you know, after listening to what you had to say and Orange Grove 55, I couldn't agree with you guys more. You know, just go in, soak it all in, ride what you can ride. Don't make it, like you like to call it, Bricky, a stock trader trip, and just kind of just ride the vibes, man. Soak it in. Just try to, you know, obviously you know, for a go-getter, you want to do enough, but I never, and that's why I love, you know, watching your content and even talking to you person to person, because when you mention, oh, well, when you guys go, don't try to do everything, because exactly, you're right. It stresses you out. It kind of ruins your vacation, but leave a little bit behind so you can sit there and give yourself a reason to go back and enjoy more. I love that. And, you know, it's not personally for me, it's something I'm looking forward to, because when I look at it, I look at Disneyland, and I agree with you. I've been to Disneyland probably hundreds of times already. It's like I could close my eyes and point and know where I'm at. It's crazy. So being at Walt Disney World, I kind of feel like, you know, especially the Magic Kingdom is a prime example for me, because then I will further understand, you know, for someone that is in this content space with you and Orange Grove 55 and so many others, you know, I can learn how to tell a better story, and that's what it's all about. And
Oh yeah.
you're the perfect person for to give advice on that, and I love that, because what you just said in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to be honest with you, I never thought ever in my life I would ever think that way.
Yeah. I mean, well, I appreciate that, but I think what for you guys in the content that you create, like if we want to talk about this as creatives that have decided to make, you know, the Disney parks our subject matter, the context that you guys are going to kind of learn, and you know, you'll just be able to simply say things in your future videos of, well, you know, this new thing that they did with Avengers Campus, like it works, but I think about the way they did this thing at Epcot. What if they would have done that? And it will just instantly read to your audience that you've put in your hours, you've traveled, you've understood things, and it'll allow you to have a lot more context on how the connective tissue of all the parts. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Just my cat just decided that he wanted to put his face right in the camera. He's ready for his close-up.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think you'll be really surprised. What about you, Tommy? Like before you got into this conversation, what was the one thing that you were really looking forward to? And before you answer, I just want to say something I saw over in the chat. Shoshona said something that is like the thing you have to keep in mind. You only get one first time. So you really have to make sure that first time is like leveraged in a way where you make it special. And that's why I almost say like taking a lap first and just soaking it all in, just to allow you to just be like, oh my God, this is what I'm doing with my day. It's Wednesday and people are at jobs they hate. And this is what I'm doing with my day. You know, like that'll give you an amazing opportunity. So what says you, Tommy? Like, what's the thing that you are most excited about?
So, man, first I'd like to say, man, I appreciate you giving me all these pointers and like the way you lay out your day or your trip too, because that helps us out a lot. Every time I plan a vacation, there's always some structure with like food reservations. But besides that, stuff normally doesn't play out the way we do it unless it's like some big main event. So I think I'm just going to go with the route like you guys are all saying, is just really soak it in and really take in that first time experience and just enjoy and really just solidify like I'm a first timer here. Yeah. And just really take in the small things too. Cause you know, I like the small things too, you know, like at Disneyland when they're making like the leaf creations or little water things and stuff. And I'm sure Disney World has like small little knickknack things like that too. And I like to meet characters and stuff too. So that's really going to be fun. But like going over there, like just thinking right off the get up is kind of like what you were saying. Like, it's kind of funny. I kind of envisioned just chilling like in Disney Springs, just hanging out on the bench on the day off, just kind of catching the vibe real quick during the midst of all the mayhem, because we only got like one day of park. Like you said, maybe park hop when we finish. I already understand that we're not going to hit everything. So I just want to really enjoy the time I have, that what I'm doing at that time, you know, and with the people that I'm there with, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's a great mindset to have, and like I can't stress enough how you'll really enjoy your time when you're not in the park. Disney Springs is wildly different than downtown Disney. It is not connected, so that is a Uber type of situation to get over there, which can kind of, you know, ruin a little bit when you have to kind of like leave the bubble. I really love staying in between those three main parks and all those different resorts, but like, you know, a lot of people were very angry with the turnover of Epcot Future World. And I understand, you know, like they made some cost cutting decisions post the pandemic. And, you know, I just went over to the Lucas Museum a week ago and did a vlog over there looking at how amazing that is. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of what Epcot should have become. And it's where it was headed when they had that leaf building that they were going to, you know, put in there. But regardless of what didn't happen, celebrating what did happen. As you guys know, I love the Starbucks. I love my Trenta ice cold brew, extra ice, light splash, half and half. And so I always get one and I go sit in the park on the backside of Spaceship Earth. And I love the music that they play there. I love what it symbolizes, you know, like people of our age, we never really got to go to a World's Park or a World's Fair, I should say. And just sitting there and hearing that background music and just watching life go by, it's just unreal, you know, and that's how I end every single one of my trips. I always try to begin my trip going to Magic Kingdom because it feels like you're there. And I always try to end every trip doing a lap around World Showcase and then sitting in that park until it's like, all right, time to go grab my suitcase and head out of here. Cause it's that magical and meaningful to me. So you're going to have a great time. You're going to discover some things that you didn't know you'd love. You're going to hate some things you thought you were going to love. And you're going to come back home with a whole different perspective on Disneyland. And people are like, oh, what's Disneyland feel like when you go back home to it? I'm like, even more magical. Yeah. You know, it's like, people don't understand it's not either or, it's both, right? And like the one advice I can give you as a content creator, do not go there and trash that. Oh, Disneyland, this is so much better. And don't go there and be like, oh, this is so much better than Disneyland. People do not like when somebody trashes them. Like, try to always frame things in a positive way of like, oh, I never thought about it this way. Or wow, like because Disneyland's so old, they didn't have the space to make a hub this big, you know, like people definitely do not like the whole contrast. And like when I travel and when I travel abroad, like one of the comments I see is people like, I really like how you celebrate the place that you're in and don't trash it or compare it to where you came from. And I think that's just a kind of a nice mindset as a creator to be like, I'm in somebody else's house. I should be polite and be on my best behavior because I'm someplace where I don't live. And, you know, so when I did the video about Tivoli Gardens, I got a really strong response from the people of Denmark because they're like, oh, this American jerk's going to come in here and trash our park. And I was like, guys, this is top tier. This is like, I'll tell you, Epcot's amazing. But the only park I've ever seen that's close to the Disneyland quality is Tivoli Gardens. Yeah, and I went in there and celebrated that place. And people were like, wow, that's really cool. Like somebody came all the way from California. Dude knows everything about Disneyland. And he came into our park and celebrated it and saw it through Walt's vision. And I gave credit. Like that's an idea that Walt Disney sold. Like that right there, Walt gently lifted that idea and put it into his own park. You know,
yeah.
Like, walking through there, you're like, oh, my man copied and pasted a lot from this place.
Well, and you know what? You're right, Bricky, where it's like a lot of times people get into this thing where it's like either or, right? Like, for example, our buddy, Mr. Webber, he got us into Legoland, right?
Yeah.
It was almost a year ago now. And Legoland is really my demo. I'm a little old for, it's mostly for kids. But I went there, had an open mind. And actually, I really, really loved the hell out of that park. They had a lot of landscaping, a lot of great themed elements. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I prefer Disneyland, but at the end of the day, this also offers something great. It's like having chocolate cake, but you know what? I also like cheesecake. It's okay.
Dude, that's like me falling in love with going to Universal Studios Hollywood, you know?
Oh, dude, I love Hollywood.
Like,
me too.
What I love about that park is it is nothing but creative problem solving, you know? And like, Disneyland is really good at like nostalgia and storytelling. What I learned about Universal Studios in Hollywood is it's nothing but problem solving. Like you could not pick a worse plot of land to put a theme park in. And I absolutely love all of the creative problems that they solved there. I love some of the interesting decisions they made. I'm going to be fascinated to see some of the things that they correct. And, you know, because of their lack of space, it's like, you know, did they want a mural of Fast and Furious when you look out the beautiful framing of Hogwarts? Like is that really what needed to be there? But there's not space to do like a little forest between, you know what I mean? Like, although I do think maybe there could have been something better than that mural there, but you know, that roller coaster, for example, that roller coaster is going to sell a lot of tickets to that park, and it is built on absolute trash land. Like the fact that somebody's like, hear me out, boys. What if we build a roller coaster here? And they went, where? And he goes, here. And they go, where? Here. You mean on the hill that's this steep? How the hell are we going to do that? Well, let me show you how we're going to do it. And so turning that trash into cash is absolutely everything that I love about the theme park. So in my mind, I went to college at Disneyland, And that's how I learned how to study all of the stuff. And now I go to all these other theme parks and I can be like, oh man, Simpsons, very cool. The way that they split the 2 IMAX theaters, like the building's shaped like a Y so they could do double capacity, like you just kind of pick up on the reasons why. And like, the magic trick of the Super Nintendo world there, like that's the template, buddy. That's the template for the theme park, the parking lot lands that Disneyland will have to build one day if they want to make the rest of the world go away. So I don't really think that it's either or. It's like, this is what I love. There's room in my heart to love all of it. And I want to celebrate all of it for the, the really talented people that tried to solve these problems, try to make the unreal realistic, and just try to entertain people. When you look at it from that level, it's a very childish, like either you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. You can't be both. It's like, no, you can be an independent. You can think freely, and I try to be that way as a theme park fan, and just like, I really love the way these places are built. So yeah, I'm in love with going to Universal, and I can't wait to go back.
Well, and I like the way you said that with Universal real quick, because you have that mindset. Man, have you been to Halloween Horror Nights and HHN? They really map that out. It's crazy, bro. You get sucked in and just like you like to see how they manifest it, where they put all the tents and everything, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. So I did get a private tour of Universal from a gentleman that works there, and he basically explained to me that they have 2 seasons. Horror Nights is happening, or they're preparing for Horror Nights. It's like it's either one or the other. And he showed me like all the mazes and stuff. Unfortunately, and I'll keep this short, but unfortunately, to childhood trauma, I don't do any horror stuff. I'm not a scare guy. You won't see me at that stuff. And if any theme park ever want to be like, hey, if you want to come out during the day and just review how we built the sets, I would do that in a second. But I am not interested with some dude swinging a chainsaw in my face. That's not my idea of fun.
Got it.
So people are like, oh, you got to go back and do that. I'm like, no, actually, I don't. That's not for me. It's not for everybody.
Well, and the great thing too, Bricky, is like experiencing all these different places, whether it's Universal Hollywood, whether it's Legoland, whether it's Tivoli Gardens, whatever it is. It makes you more of a well-rounded person because you've been able to experience more, whether it's that, cruise lines, whatever it is. I mean, it's great to kind of take all of it in, right? Yes. Why limit yourself? You only have so much time on this planet. Why limit yourself to just Disney? Let's do Universal. Let's do, Knott's and all that other stuff,
Well, I mean, because I'm talking to fellow creators, whenever you're reviewing something or you're telling a story, context is king.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about something that was built, like when, my Saturday video was about Tomorrowland 1998 and how the people mover and the transfer over to the rocket rods, like it was set up to fail before the park even opened. Like it was set up to fail. And so you can't tell that story exclusively from what we know now, 20 something year or 30 something years later. You have to tell that story based on the context of what happened at that time period. And so the more you explore, the more context you have, and then you become a better storyteller and you become more valuable to your community because you have the frame of reference for all of these different things, and it's like, I'm on this bizarre quest now that YouTube's my full-time job as of the beginning of this year, where I'm going to some of the most obscure Disney places that nobody's ever been. And if you watch my daily vlog last Monday, I started to prove that you cannot sit on the laptop, dude. I got you a bed. Don't bite me. I got you a bed. But when you sit on the laptop, you stop the stream. You're a bad co-host.
He taught you a lesson.
I'll turn the ceiling fan up to high because I know you hate it. So that context is like so important for everything that you do and the stories that you get to tell in the future. So as a storyteller, you owe it to yourself and your audience to try to explore as much as possible. So as I was saying on Monday, very bizarre vlog, but I went to this place that was called Todd Shipyard because that's where in San Pedro, they built the hull for the Mark Twain sailing ship Columbia. They built the hull for that, the masts, the rigs, all that stuff. And they also built Disneyland submarine fleet, and it's like, I'm trying to go to all of these different locations to absorb as much of the history as possible to have the context of like, this is where the boats came from in San Pedro. And the context of that is like in 1954, nobody knows what Disneyland is yet. and they're very much like a local business. It's mom and pa, right? And so like they get a call like, hey, can we build like a hole for a paddle wheeler that's going to just go in a theme park? Like, what in the hell are they doing down in Anaheim? Like, think about the complete lack of context around that call. Like, I mean, I guess we can build it. Like, they're going to pay, right? And so then a year later, when they build Sailing Ship Columbia, they're now like stoked because they know what Disneyland is and they're a part of that history. And then they build the subs. And so when they're building the subs, everybody that works at Todd Shipyard is like cruising by on their lunch break to see what the subs are looking like. Hey, we're building stuff for Disneyland. And after Todd Shipyard's closed down, those union workers loved that the place where they worked, where they paid their bills and raised their kids, that place didn't exist anymore, but the work still did. And they could go to Disneyland and be like, I worked on that project, or where daddy worked, we built that boat, you know? And so that's why context is so important. And you guys are just going to brighten out your context and have so much more. So like all of us should try to achieve to go to all of these places to reward our community with like, you know, well-rounded reviews and that sort of insight you only get when you travel.
Yeah, no, well said. 100%.
No, absolutely. And that's something I truly respect about the content that you put out, Berkey, because you know anybody can go to Disneyland and film content and say, oh yeah, look at there's a new thing on the shelf, or oh look at there's a new character over here. But the way I kind of break down your videos, and for many of your followers that don't know, on Orange Go 55, between you and David from Fresh Bake, which I know you two are very friendly with each other and basically put out amazing content. We react weekly to your updates, because the reason why me and OG do this is because it's something that you don't see. You don't see people nowadays that are theme park content creators really diving deep into the history, really kind of breaking it down literally from this high all the way to the ground, so everyone can understand and build their way back up, trying to understand, okay, this is where it came from, this is the challenge it has, and everything in between. And that's something why I said at the very beginning, you and David and you know, fellow content creators that have been around the space for a very long time and really spend the time to do the research is just phenomenal. I mean, absolutely phenomenal.
No, it's great, and it's crazy because Bricky and I we're probably closer in age than you gentlemen, and like Bricky, back in our day, we didn't really have a lot of internet where we can find like-minded nerds like ourselves to kind of break this stuff down and talk about it. But now with the advent of like social media and what have you, you know, I can talk to somebody like, you know, you or Conductor or Tommy and be like, hey, you know what? There was a tree there last week. Now there's not. What does that mean for Coco? You know, like we're just breaking down that nerdy stuff, which is so much fun. And I don't know. I just love that. I absolutely love it.
I mean, there's a couple of things that brought me into the space. And one was because I thought I could offer something unique with my timeline of being an artist and an illustrator and a professional storyteller. So there was that part of it that I thought I could bring to it. But the other thing that I loved about the parks is that it's unlimited in its future growth, and its history is so rich. So, you know, what I say on my other channel is like, you know, we study Disneyland's past so we can better predict the future. There's so much stuff in the past. There's so much stuff in the future. And so there's an unlimited amount of stories to tell if you're willing to like kind of, you know, dig deep and try to find some of those stories. Like last night, you know, I figured out in Pasadena where the woman lived, or where the shop was, where the woman made all the American flags for the park. So like, well, now I'm going to Pasadena because I got to see where they made the flags. That's so awesome. Yeah, it's a really fun journey to be on. But getting what you guys were talking about, another reason why I decided to do this is because like I fundamentally believe that the world is a dark place and it's only going to get darker. Yeah. And the darker it gets, the more people need a light, and the more they need to be able to escape and get away. So I'm basically betting my future and my family's livelihood on is that if I can keep showing up and take people away from reality and show them how the fictional world of the theme parks are built, and travel through time, through history of the past and excitement about the future, that if I can just each day when I upload, give people 15 minutes to 55 minutes of just escapism to like argue and fight about Galaxy's Edge and why it went wrong and why this didn't happen, or get excited about this or pissed off about that. Like, if you're mad about Lightning Lane, that means you don't have time to be mad about all the other things. And to me, that is a huge badge of honor. And like, you know, this really clicked for me during 2020, and during the worst of times, this helped me bring out the best of times for people. And that's really when I leaned into YouTube and started taking it serious. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, outside of our bubble, I don't see things getting better anytime faster. So it's all the more reason to like lean into giving people escapism, because, you know, I consume a lot of stuff. I don't have my head in the sand. Like, you know, I'm very up on politics. I'm very up on economics. You know, I have lots of concerns like everybody else does, and about, you know, how impossible it is for young people to pay for their college or buy homes and all this stuff. Like, I'm so dialed into reality, which makes me enjoy so much my escapism to all of this stuff, you know? And you got to put a limit on how much reality that you can consume, because it'll eat up your soul. So it's so great to have a place where people can go where none of that stuff exists. And it's just like, yeah, man, no, that's not it. Galaxy's Edge failed because I didn't put Tatooine in there. And I would have put Luke in there and I would have worked. And it's like, same guy goes, why don't they make anything new? It's all IP. All the news make IP. I want Tatooine, but I don't want IP. All right, dum-dum.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Are the super chats coming in? Are those on my feed? Are those my super chats or your super chats? Because I need to say thank you to these people.
Thank you, JS Sardone. I got a 1999 one.
Oh, we're all getting individual
lift ride pro tip. Boardwalk for Epcot. The ride share location up front kind of sucks. That's what he said. So thank you, Jay Sardone, on my end. Yeah,
Let's see if I can pull it up.
So I know individual super chats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks,
I was like, I'm like, damn, Tommy's making all kinds of money off of me.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Well, then can I say thanks to some folks real quick? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Oh, of course.
I want to thank Jesse Adventure for hooking up a cold brew for the future bar with OG55. I also want to thank Mark A, who just came back from Walt Disney World and said, watching your videos, Bricky, and seeing how you've discussed about hubs and forks in the road, it was a great experience. I love when people go to the parks and can see it differently through my videos. And then Hidden Geek Village, a very generous super chat here. Thank you, Bricky, for all you do. Love the content and all the hard work you put in. You are a master of your craft. Exploring Disney's past to better predict its future brings next level content that I haven't seen anyone else do so consistently. Man, thank you so much. I appreciated it. It's more than a tagline. It is a mantra, and I really try to put all of my videos through the lens, especially on the main channel. Does it do that mission statement? So thank you guys so much for the super chats. I didn't know that was my money, so thank you so much.
And Hidden Geek. Thank you, man. Thank you always for supporting Conductor Live Sunday and supporting Theme Park Conductor. You are more than welcome anytime to hang out, man. Just thank you for the support.
And Bricky, I just want to say real quick, like when you say like you study the past to predict the future, that's so true, because Disney actually does have a lot of patterns, right?
Yes.
I mean, we've seen it. Like, they will do the meet and greet thing as a beta test to see if that IP works in certain areas. We saw a lot of Marvel over there in that Hollywood area before they did Avengers Campus. We are seeing a lot of Zootopia meet and greets over at DCA, likely gonna get Zootopia of some capacity over there at DCA. But even like back in the day, I remember seeing like Toy Story meet and greets like in Tomorrowland before they did Buzz. So you can definitely kind of like get a pretty good guesstimation as to what Disney's going to do. There's a lot of hints. It's not completely random.
No, and you also have to keep in mind that the innovation died with Walt Disney. So essentially, the guy who starts the business just does it his way.
Yeah.
But then the people that take their position, they try to do it as good or not break it. So that already sets up the idea of we're going to basically just keep repeating the past over and over again. So like, you could throw any new project at me and I could tell you, oh, you couldn't have, like, let's just think that Avatar at DCA becomes what we think that it's going to become.
Sure.
You couldn't have that there without Radiator Springs existing. You couldn't have that there and be successful without Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. You couldn't have it be there successful without them already building one before, but you also couldn't have it successful without Pirates of the Caribbean over in Shanghai or the original Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, if you just look at one new project, you can trace back its lineage. So like the whole idea of like, we study the past, predict the future, it's absolutely, to me, so obvious. Like, what is Rise of the Resistance? Okay, it is the Indiana Jones front facade, show a little bit out front, hide it all out back, save a tremendous amount of money and use a lot of space. When we actually do the ride, it's Ratatouille, Mickey Minnie Runaway Railway with a little bit of Hollywood Tower of Terror thrown in there. You know what I mean? Like, when you think about how everything's made, they take, this is everything that we have. What can we do new? Cosmic Rewind, Haunted Mansion, but a roller coaster, and throw in some video boards. You know what I mean? Like, so everything that they do actually does come from the past. And even like, let's just look at Guardians, for example, here in DCA in California. When you walk through the collection in the front,
Yeah.
like no idea is original, because when you walk through that collection in the front, what is it, the Tivian collection or Tavan collection or whatever it is? Yeah, bro, that's Raleigh Crump's Museum of the Weird.
Right.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, wow.
That's that with a new frame on it. So whenever they make something new, to make sure that it has that Disney DNA in it, they always go back to, what did we not build yet? Or what did we build? And how do we tell that story? How do we flesh it out? It all comes from the structural DNA of the company. So it's not just like, hey, that sounds good, that's a bumper sticker. It is actually the living proof of my channel and its success, that there is a path there that if you study it, you can follow it, and it informs you what things are going to go. And with your weekly YouTube recap video that you guys do, dude, I love watching it when it's me or when it's not me. And I've learned that I can't watch it when I go to bed, because you guys get my brain so stimulated that I stay. I'm like, I'll watch the first 15 minutes and these jerks will like make me bored hearing myself talking. I go to bed. Like, it's like 1 a.m. and I'm up front being like, no, OG, you missed the point. You missed the point. It's not people are on their phones on the red car trolley. It's people are on their phones in the street and they don't see the red car trolley. Well, I mean, they have cars over on Main Street USA. Yeah, but they got 5 of them and horses. So people expect them, but there's only one in DCA, so they don't expect it to be there. And so then I'm just like, I got to make these videos better. I'm leaving gaps.
I love it. I love it.
God, it's
I
phenomenal.
love it. I love it. That's amazing. Yeah.
And believe me, Brecky, when you say stuff like that, and it really resonates on why we continue that series, because if even just a little bit, you know, if we react to one of your videos and you even see just a tad bit of, wow, they really see what I'm seeing through, you know, my eyes to them, then I did my job. And I kind of feel like that's, you know, another underline of your channel. Am I wrong?
No, and I mean, and I also think, like, you know, so my whole analogy is, one of the reasons why I got into this is because Disney's a lot like sports. You know, there's like, there's people that think that they can do no bad. There's people who think that they can do no good. And then there's everybody like us that's in between. And like, nobody hates and loves the Buffalo Bills more than Buffalo Bills fans. Like, the passion of the Disney parks is only rivaled in sports. So a lot of times when you guys will take a video from like a creator like myself or David from Fresh Bake, and you guys review it, like, you're looking at game footage and you're chiming in. And sometimes I just have to be the quarterback. I'm like, yeah, I missed the pass there. Like, I mean, like, they didn't get what I was saying. I totally agree with them. I missed the pass there, and I forgot to put, or the line that I said, that a scooter was going backwards and I couldn't use the line because you couldn't hear me be like, now this isn't the real thing they'll build, because it was the whole time. So yeah, I mean, you guys are just looking at game footage and you're playing it back and you're adding in your 2 cents. And it's like, it's cool to think that, like, you know, the footage that we create can stimulate a whole other hour-long conversation. And then people talk about it in the chat. And, you know, that's just like, it's just the passion of this. That's the escapism just going through and through and through, you know? And so it's so like rewarding when you guys do that, you know? And it also, like, for what it's worth as a creator, if somebody reviews one of your videos, you should probably watch it. because it's a really great way for you to see how, not what you guys say, but like OG's really good at like hitting pause. I'm like, you just stepped on the joke.
Oh, yeah.
And then he like hits it, and then it's like blah, blah, blah. And you're just like, oh, okay, whatever. I'm like, well, you hit it right at the setup of the joke.
I know, right? Every time, every single time, every time.
And this is my favorite. This is my favorite.
Uh-oh.
Now I don't know if Bricky's going to say this or not. But I know I just started the video. I know we're 10 seconds in. And I don't know if he's going to say this or not. But let me give you the entire thesis of the video. But I don't know if he's going to say it or not. And then you hit play, and I go, "Hey, I just said it."
I love it. I love it.
God. God.
Oh my God. That's so true.
Dude, I'm going to be thinking about that all night now. See, now you're playing. Now you're just. You know how you just said that you'll wake up at 1 a.m. and think about that? I'm going to do that now. Thinking about that little thing.
Well, and actually to kind of circle back too on both topics, I think Conductor, we're going to react to his his Westcott video, right?
Yeah. So I wanted to play this, Bricky. Again, you went to Disneyland Paris, and one of the things I loved about it, because again, me and OG did a reaction to this video, was how the Esplanade, or their version of the Esplanade, looked, and then how intimate detail your Main Street was like. And then at some point you're getting excited about different elements, and I don't want to ruin it for everyone that hasn't seen it, but it was so funny to watch. Me and OG are like, oh my gosh, Bricky's acting like he's in the winter wonderland. It's hilarious.
I was living in a snow globe, bro. So a little bit of context about, so I see you selected the first video because I did a trilogy of Disneyland Paris videos because I didn't want to overwhelm people with one big giant video. And also I was editing these all while I was traveling through Europe. So a little bit of context. This first video is kind of how I was originally imagining doing my entire Paris series. I was going to go land by land and just do like deep dive exploration. And I basically had on my schedule, like the park opens at this time, it closes at that time. I have X amount of time to film in each land, take a little break, and then do it again. Because I wanted to really do a deep dive. And so what interrupted that plan is I got a text message like when I was in Tivoli Gardens 2 weeks before this. And it was from Adam the Woo. And he goes, "Hey man," because whenever I read his texts, I always hear his voice in my head. He goes, "Hey man, are you going to Disneyland Paris?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but dude, you'll already be back home in Orlando by the time I get there. I'm not even going to get there till like the 13th. And he sends me over like a screenshot of like his hotel bookings. Like, I'm checking in on the 12th. I'll be there till the 17th. We should get a coffee. I go, "Oh, Beth's staying in Paris like a real person. I'm doing Disneyland Paris by myself." And he goes, "Oh, then we should do the whole day." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll text you when I get there." So my original vision was to do land by land. And then when I realized Adam was going to be there, I was like, you know what? I'll get there. I'll do Main Street. I'll meet him, and then we'll like roll together. And I'll, I just basically Beth's like, "Well, what are you going to do about filming?" Because I know when people are around you, you kind of like slows the process down, and you don't kind of get to do what you want to do, and it changes things. I'm like, "Yeah, but like, I'll be back at Disneyland Paris. I don't know if I'll ever, get to experience it with Adam again after bumping into him at the Matterhorn." And people are like, "They planned that." Well, like, yes. We knew that we were both going to be at the Matterhorn, but we didn't realize it till we were both in Europe. And he's like, "What day do you get in there?" I'm like, "I get there on that day." And so we've been texting through our whole European trip, and we were like, "Yeah, we're here. You should come by and have dinner with us and hang out and stuff." So when Adam showed up was right when this video kind of concludes. And that's when I'm up by the castle and stuff. And in the third video in this trilogy, I just said to the camera, I'm like, "Hey, if the video gets weird from here on out, it's because I'm just having a great time hanging out with my friend. And I'll probably never be able to do this again." And so obviously 10 days after this, we would lose Adam. And a day after he left us, I did a video where I walked through the Orange Circle, which is one of his favorite places. And I told people about this day that we're going to watch. Because when you spend 16 hours with somebody in a Disney theme park, you spend 16 hours with them and you ask them lots of questions. Like, how's your mom and dad? How's this? How's that? How's the channel going? How's your house going? Like, what are your plans? And, you know, I'm an inquisitive guy, ask a lot of questions. And so I really wanted to make that video after hanging out with him, because like, I felt like I had been given a gift where I had basically interviewed him for like 16 hours. And I knew his peace of mind and his frame of reference on one of his last days on earth. And I remember the very last thing we said to each other that night was, he goes, man, I can't remember the last time I had this much fun.
Wow.
And we hugged goodbye, and he's like, all right, go get your empty park footage. And he left, and I went back into the park a little bit longer. And I remember that night when I took the train back to Paris, I was like, he's really in a good spot. Like, he's the happiest I've ever seen him. And we had such an amazing day this day because neither one of us really know this park. So we weren't experts. We were dum-dums. And when you're a dum-dum, you make bad decisions and you get lost, which is fun in a Disney park. And not that he didn't enjoy his YouTube celebrity, but nobody knew who he was and nobody cared. And so he just kind of got to walk around and not get stopped every 10 feet. And he said so many times on this day, he goes, this feels what it used to feel like going back to the park. And he absolutely loved it. And we got stopped for one photo, and it was somebody that recognized me. and Adam got in the background of the photo. He's like, I just had to ruin your photo. But we had just like an amazing day together. So when I will look at this trip, I'll never not think of that. So I mean, that's just kind of a little like background context of this video and everything. But this video was different than the other two because this is how I was originally going to do Disneyland Paris on my second visit ever there. And then that plan obviously changed because, you know, you got to prioritize your friends. So just a little like kind of background context, because it would feel weird looking at this and not sharing that with you guys.
No, absolutely. And when we lost Adam Bricky, just to say my piece on it was that we lost a dear friend. And
Yeah.
Adam was a dear friend to all of us. I know he was extremely close to you, and it was a hard day to witness. But I can tell you, just watching, you know, videos that you posted after that tragic incident, and others like Justin and so many others. And all you guys kind of said the same thing at one point or another.
Yeah.
Is that Adam would not want any of us to stop. He would want us to keep going, keep pushing further, and always keep his memory, his legacy alive forever. And I think that is just such an awesome thing. It really is.
It's funny that you say that, because like the night that I learned that he had passed away on the 22nd is I had just I was close to wrapping up a video where I was walking through City Walk for the first time ever, doing like a deep dive on City Walk. Sure. And I went into that comic book store. My phone was on lock. When I came out, my whole screen was just full of messages. And like, you guys were on there. Like, OG was, I think, the very top one I saw, you and my friend Sean, who lives over in England. And so that was kind of like, everyone's like, is it true about Adam? Like, what's true about Adam? You know what I mean? And so like, somewhere on Adam's phone record, there's a text message for me that's like, you better not be dead, MFer. Like, this better be like a rumor, you know? Cause I know the guy. I went to the source. I like texted him and try to call him to figure out like if this was some sort of like shenanigans or whatever. So I had a really good cry behind that steampunk chocolate shop where the escape rooms are, like that little back corner there. I'm like, all right, this is a spot to like figure this all out. I like set up shop right there, had a really good cry, killed my video, stopped doing my video right then and there. And then I was like, I'm at a theme park. I love Christmas. I've never seen Universal during Christmas. Wow. And I said, if you walk through that gate, Christmas at this park will always remind you of losing somebody that you really respected, was a great friend, a mentor, and just a real amazing person to be able to meet and love in your lifetime. I said, do not go in that park. So I had a little bit of therapy pizza, got my Starbucks cold brew. Maybe got a voodoo donut because you eat nasty when you're feeling sad. And I just drove home and I said, you know what? I'll see Universal during the holidays next year when it doesn't have this sort of attachment to it. But oh man, that little back corner of City Walk, that's going to be a stinger every time I see that spot, you know? So yeah, I mean, and just, I tell you that story just to kind of give you the idea of like, I love these spaces and I didn't want to always have holidays there be a reminder of that. So even though I was there, AP holder could have easily, I could have been like, I don't need to film, I could just take a lap and maybe the holiday spirit will soften like this world shattering or earth shattering news. And I said, nah, don't cross the streams. And so I just literally like drove back to Long Beach. So looking forward to the holidays this year at Universal Studios Hollywood for the first time ever. Because as soon as I got my AP when I went there with Adam, I was just like, man, I can't wait to see another park during the holidays. Well, we'll do that in 26.
Well, and one thing too, I also want to say is that Adam the Woo is one of the OGs of this whole everyone here doing the content. We were all influenced by Adam's content. He started a lot of this stuff, on YouTube years and years ago. So we all owe a lot to Adam, and he's a great dude. I mean, I wasn't close to him. I've only met him a few times, but the first time I met him, it was actually at Universal. And like, I went up to him. I'm like, hey, Adam, what's going on? And he spent a lot of time with me and chatted it up. And I was like, wow, that's different. A lot of content creators don't really take the time to do that. And I respect that. And I love that. We spent like 10 or 15 minutes just chopping it up. And he's amazing. Really amazing.
You know me, I don't talk to anybody. People say, hey, can I get a photo? And I go,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
I would like to say though, for sure, like Adam is a pillar, and he will always be a pillar and an anchor in this community ever since the beginning, man. Even before theme parks, I was like before going to him, I was watching his stuff, and man, he was really stand-up guy. I got to hang out with him twice, more recent, like last year. And we were actually at the Horror Unleashed grand opening in Vegas, me and Conductor. And I went up to him and stuff, and we kind of were shooting it back and forth, kind of about Vegas and the aspect of that there and stuff. It's just pretty cool, like just him always welcoming his fans, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
what I always liked, is just he always gave that sense of respect back. And that's what you always love, man, the camaraderie of it,
I mean, to kind of like wrap that up so we can jump into this video so we don't dwell here forever and ruin your schedule. But like,
no, all good.
This is, if you're going to entertain people, this is my personal mindset. This is a people business. And when you do this professionally, or you do it as a hobby that you put lots of hours into, it transitions into some sort of a business. And you're in the business of, you think you're trying to get views, but you're really trying to build a community and you're trying to make friendships. And so my opinion is that you should always have time for the people that are doing this with you, because they're literally your partner in this. They're doing this with you. And so when I'm at the parks, or even outside of the parks, now that it happens, when people want to come up and say hi to me, I'm always excited to get to meet them, because it meeting your friends on the other side of the camera lets you know so much more about who you're making content for. And something I take as a very, very like badge of honor is it is a spectrum of people that watch my content. And some of them I know that I align with, and some of them I know that I don't align with. And it's really nice to know that I can make all kinds of people, even the people that come up to me and say, Bricky, I love the channel, they wouldn't get together. You know what I mean? It's like, the MAGA guy and the trans person probably don't like each other, but they can each watch my video. And that is I've literally gone from that guy to that person in the span of 90 minutes in a theme park before. And I take a lot of pride that a lot of different people can enjoy this and go on this journey with me. And so, Adam was one of those people, and not everybody's that way, but he was one of those people that would always take time to say hi to people. And, we talked about it at great detail because we'd spent a lot of time together. And the only thing that stressed him out is that it seemed to me he was always worried that he didn't live up to people's expectations. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm like, dude, you don't have to say anything. They're just excited to meet you, you know? And he's like, oh, you're so good at it. He's like, how do you like bring them in and bring them out? I'm like, well, first off, you got to take control of the conversation. What are you doing? Where are you going? How are you doing? You know, blah, 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 blah. All right. Awesome to see you.
Yeah.
You know, and because, you know, you do have to like manage your time. And some people in their excitement, like, you know, everybody knows how to take a photo until they want to take a photo of somebody they don't know. And they're just like, oh, well, take this photo. And you're like, camera's the other way. You know what I mean? So anyways, I just think that if you're going to get into this, you really need to think about like, what is your goal? And my goal is community. So when I meet that community, and, you know, OG, we've hung out on the big days at Disneyland before. Like, you've seen how, like, literally with a messed up leg, I walked down Main Street, and any person who said hi, boom, right to them and hung out with them. And that was the highlight of that day for me. I didn't even make it past the hub. It took me, when we had dinner that night, I think it took me like 2 hours, 3 hours to walk down Main Street. At one moment, the cast members were like, no more photos with him. Like, he needs to keep moving, and you guys need to sit back down because the parade was coming. I'm like, I'm almost at Mickey status. Yeah, you got to remember that you're doing this not for these people, but with these people. And when you have that mindset, it changes everything.
Well, and Bricky, to your point, the one I will never forget this too. The first time we collaborated, which is a while back now, pregame before we started recording and all that stuff, I think I mentioned to you like, hey, I'm a big fan of yours, and you cut me off and you were like, no, you're a friend. Like, you don't like that word fan. And I'm like, you know what? I love that because it's true. Fan implies like, you know, pedestal, whatever. I'm your friend. We're all nerds here. We're all going to hang out. We're all going to talk, you know? And I just love that. I just want to showcase that because that shows kind of like the mindset you have when it comes to your community, which I think is fantastic.
I don't believe in the word follower. I don't believe in the word friend. Or I'm sorry, I don't believe in the word follower. I don't believe in the word follower, and I don't believe in the word fan. I use the word friend because that's like those other, like, I'm a fan of the Disney parks, right? I can be a fan of a physical thing, but a fan of a person is like not the type of relationship or ecosystem that I want to create. Like, we're all friends here. We're all discovering it together. I'm nobody special. I'm just the guy that holds up the camera, and I'm on the other end of the camera, and I'm talking to you, my friend. And that is the mindset that I have. And so when I do meet people and they're like, oh, I've been a fan of you. No, you've been a friend of mine. And I think that instant little sort of like, no, let's not use that language. And like, you don't like to correct people, but I think that's a positive correction because they're like, oh yeah, I kind of get where this guy's coming from. And I feel like that's a fast way to be like, no, we're friends. And like, now I've met some people in the parks 2 or 3 times, which is awesome because it does genuinely feel like a friendship. And I have a pretty good memory. Someone's like, I met you before. I'm like, yeah, I know. We were down here in front of the train station and we saw this certain situation happen. And we were like, whoa, that's wild. So yeah, anyways, get into your video. Sorry, I'm the king of distractions.
No, absolutely. And I'm actually going to go on a distraction, actually, Bricky, because literally the first time I met you in person, was at the 70th. Me, and these guys can contest to it. Me, Tommy, and OG were on Main Street in front of Jolly Holiday. George was with us, and we're just hanging out, waiting for the cavalcade. All of a sudden, literally, because you noticed OG, because he has that, fantastic hairstyle.
I was like, it's either OG or Dragon Ball Z. And I'm pretty sure they don't have the licensing for Dragon Ball Z. So it's probably OG. But who knows? Iger's buying everything, so who knows?
You never know.
Exactly. No, but we're just sitting there waiting, and then all of a sudden you guys just come in a wave. You, Adam, Magical Journeys, David even swooped by. We had Offhand Disney, and I think we're in that spot for what? A good hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And there was like probably 15 of us, like literally.
Yeah,
that was the most memorable moment I will ever connect, meeting you as a friend, literally.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fun moment when so many people were together. And I remember one time, going way back when the actual day that Magic Kingdom turned 50th, there was a whole bunch of people that do YouTube, and we were all in the hub. And, there's a thing about getting recognized. It's like when you see two people together, you go, oh, that's definitely them, because it wouldn't, like, what are the odds that a guy that looks like Bricky and a guy that looks like, Adam are each standing by each other? Like, you kind of like validate the other person. And so that day, like the day that Magic Kingdom turned 50, Adam and I were in his car, me, him, and Big the Foot. And we were the very first car to pull in to Magic Kingdom. Wow. Like, we were at the turnstile. And I remember Adam like sitting out the window, like filming back at all the cars and stuff. So anyways, we're in the park that day at the hub. There's a whole bunch of us there. And like all these people kept coming up to us. And it was just like, like, you guys got us through COVID. You guys got us through this. And it was just like all these people just kept coming up. And it kind of unofficially turned into a meet and greet. And it was really, really fun after being so separated from people to see all the people on the other side. And one of the weirdest things we'd ever been through. And because like I'm, I like to have fun and I treat everybody like a friend. This woman comes up and she gets off of her little red rascal scooter thing. And she's like standing up to stretch out her legs because she could walk. She wasn't completely like immobile. And she goes, Bricky, I just love your channel. Can I get a photo? And I go, yes, if I can take a lap around the hub in your scooter. She's like, oh, go for it. So everybody's doing photos and talking to people. And they just look by and I'm just like, beep, beep. And I just like drive by on the scooter. And I drove it around the hub, and I'm like, dude, this is pretty sick. Like, I can kind of get in. Like, I hate them when they go backwards, but I love riding on one. So like, I always think about those type of memories of like on those big dates when all the most hardcore Disney fans come out. That's when the friends come out, and I try to make all of those dates because I also feel like not only is it good for like, to be there to be a part of those moments, but it's good for the soul, like it's good to be there on those celebratory days and just like, meet person after person after person and take photos and talk to everybody. Cause it's just so important, I think, to like be there for the community. And that's kind of the day when you can calculate, who's going to be there. And like, you can kind of get a read on what the audience is like at the park based on like how many of those type of folks are there. Like, what kind of a day it is, So for anybody that does create content, like, one of the things that you should always try to prioritize are those big dates, because it's how you meet other people that do what you do. It's how you meet your audience. And it really becomes more of a celebration about like, Lunar New Year's cool for its, celebration and the new food and all that stuff. But it's also a really good day to go to the park to just meet a lot of people that love the parks the way that you do. Yes. And so pro tip for anybody who's just starting getting involved in this, those are the days you want to go to because they're low key, like meet and greets of all the people that maybe you want to like ask a question or just say that like begin those friendships, because like almost all of us that make content, we met each other through the parks. And the way the YouTube algorithm works is they make sure the other people that are making videos like you.
True. Well, true. And Bricky, isn't it crazy to think about how we're all sitting here today talking? We have all these people in the chat talking.
Yeah.
All because of a man who was born in 1901.
Yep.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. It's crazy. And it really goes to show that the true power of creativity is the connective tissue that it leaves behind. Because once you allow people to see your vision, to see your dream, they now have that shared experience. And that experience is now their experience. So because you read this old story called Snow White and you bet the farm on making the world's first ever feature animation and you made it and you suffered through it, you gave decades and generations of people the shared experience of seeing the dwarfs dance and this beautiful woman that all of the animals loved. And she just was a heart of gold and the person you wanted to be. And then she got kissed without her consent. But you have that shared experience, and then that becomes something that moves you forward, And so, as somebody who tells stories for a living and makes content for a living, like there'll only ever be one Walt Disney, but there will also only ever be one of you. And so you have to kind of figure out, like, how do I want to tell a story that brings people in? How do I want people to see that upload and go, yes, Bricky uploaded. I can't wait to see where we're going today. Like the best thing you can hope for as a creator is that people don't care where you're at. They just cared that you showed up and they're willing to go with you. And if you boil Woo's career down to the best thing that he did, people didn't care what he was doing that day. They just wanted to spend time with him. So whether it was Tampa Rays baseball, Disney parks, weird road in Alabama that nobody had ever seen before, or a country where I literally texted them and said, you are going to die if you don't come home. It was about seeing him. And that is the ultimate when the audience shows up and wants to be where you're at because they want to be with you. And I think that's really what people should strive for. And if you can accomplish that, the views, the subs, the memberships, the merch sales, like it all builds. But if you can't create that, you'll never build anything.
Yeah. No, well said.
Well said. You know, it was crazy, Bricky. First time I went on a Disney cruise was 2022 with my mom and my sister. And I'm sitting there in the room, in our little room or whatever, and I got the sliding glass thing open. I'm looking out to the water, and they're playing Steamboat Willie on the TV.
Okay.
And I'm in this giant cruise ship, this Disney cruise ship, and they got the Steamboat Willie song playing on the TV. And I'm thinking to myself, how crazy is this, man? Like, this cartoon came out in the 20s. I mean, if Walt only knew, like, I'm hearing this song from, like, you know, the very first sound cartoon, and we went from that to, like, I'm on a giant cruise ship in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. You know, it's wild what was accomplished. You know, this man, it changed the world in so many ways.
And the beautiful thing about this world is that there's also somebody who built that ship. And that ship that you're on is their beacon of, like, craftsmanship and hard work. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the layers of legacy and what we all leave behind, to kind of circle around in this conversation, which now just feels like we're on a road trip. We literally are all crew members on this thing called Spaceship Earth. And we all do try to leave something behind that makes it better for the people that came after us, or the people that will come after us, and how they will treat all of this. So it's really weird how we all do leave our own little, you know, dent on things. And so, you know, it's not about your total amount of subscribers. It's about, like, that conversation when you went live. And if there's 30 people in the chat and they're just, like, having a good time, and, you know, even if they're arguing, oh, Galaxy's Edge, like, they're just there. They're with you. They're having a good time. And you know what they're not doing? Thinking about all the dark shit that's happening in this world. You know, like, you gave them a place to go to fight about something that's trivial. And it's great. It is a luxury to think about trivial. Because who's not thinking about trivial? People that don't have food to eat right now. You know, so if you're thinking about trivial, you're doing pretty damn good that you've been blessed with enough space in your mind to be distracted. Because when you have real problems, you never get to get away from them. So I just feel like, you know, what Walt did is a really good sort of best case scenario of what everybody else is capable of doing.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, the impact is absolutely insane.
What
he accomplished, absolutely insane. And you're right, Bricky. It's all about the connections, the sub count, the numbers, the view counts, the analytics. None of that really matters. It's really about the connections. You know, it
is because after you get past a certain number of, like, subscribers and stuff, it none of that changes the feeling. Like, none of it changes the feeling of uploading the video and just seeing people be like, oh my God, this was great. Or I never thought about that. I never knew that. Oh, this is going to change my next experience. Like, you know, even with, like, Tommy with, like, food stuff, like, oh my God, I got to buy that. Like, they watched you buy a sandwich and now they're like, I've got to make this, like, but think about that. Think about how insane that would be. Like, if you would have went up to Walt Disney and, like, hear me out, Walt, we're going to make a channel where people watch me eat a sandwich. Get the hell out of here. Like, don't talk to me and don't call me Walt. And if you think about it, it's like we now live in a world where somebody's like, I trust somebody. I trust their taste in food. And, you know, like, they're going to spend their money and their time so I don't have to. What an amazing service to offer to people. So when they go someplace, they're like, not going to fall for this. I've heard that it's a total disaster, but I am going to go get this. And because I watched this dude, I know that it's only there till the 17th. So I should prioritize that because that won't be here when we come back in the summer. Like, just think about what kind of friendship that is, you know?
Right. Well said. Absolutely.
That is well
Absolutely.
said.
And I want a big shout out to Tommy, by the way. Like I've seen Tommy in action. I've seen the behind the scenes magic with Tommy, and he puts a lot of love into his stuff. So big shout out to Tommy. Because I've done the food thing with you at HHN before, and I've seen Tommy at work. It's pretty great stuff.
I got to get Bricky on one, man. I say it so much, man. We got to lock in on a food one. Maybe at Universal if you don't want to do Disney, bro.
I'll do one with you, but the problem is because you look like my little brother, nobody will know who ate what.
We can play off of that, bro. We can find something.
I'll only do it if we dress like the Crimson Guards from Cobra back in the G.I. Joe days, which were two twins that you could only tell apart because one had a scar on his face.
Bro, I was game, bro.
But it was Hasbro's way of like, hear me out. We make the same action figure and we just put a scar on one guy's face, and these dumb kids will buy two of them
twice. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Gosh,
it's fantastic. Well, Conductor, should we hit the video and check it out?
Yeah, let's do it, Bricky. So usually, and again, I probably don't have to tell you because you watch me and OG do it all the time. But when we're playing the video, we're gonna have the audio. At any point, if you want to further clarify something that you said in the video, just let me know. I'll pause it. We'll talk about it and then go from there.
Yeah. And Bricky, just so you know, I do have my highlighter, so I'm ready.
Yeah, he does.
I hope he's going to mention that it's Christmas.
Oh, God.
I hope he mentions it's called Main Street. Now, I haven't seen this video, but I hope he says it's Main Street.
Oh, my God.
I love it. I love it.
Good morning, friends.
Oh, my God.
It is Saturday, December 13th, and I have made it to Disneyland Paris for my second time and kind of my first time since I got into doing all of this. And I've really been going deep into understanding the Walt Disney and the Disneyland story. It's no over-exaggeration. This is the most beautiful of all the castle parks that Disney directly owns. Talking about Magic Kingdom in Orlando, Disneyland back home in Anaheim, and Disneyland Paris. The grand opening through here with the fountains, the multiple levels, so everybody can take their photos. It is well thought out.
Dude,
but hey,
beautiful out there, Bricky.
Third time's a charm, right? And there's literally so far construction pretty much everywhere that I look. So going to be a fun walk around the park, where today I'm going to break down the design of Disneyland Paris and also the final days of Walt Disney Studios. So unfortunately, I cannot get over to this gazebo, but as you look around the grand entryway that leads into a hotel, let's break down what we're looking at here. So as I count it, there are 4 different lanes to take people up to the grand entryway. What that's going to do is break up people mentally in which way feels most comfortable with them. Therefore, instead of having one large flow of people, you're going to probably have 25% of the people going in a different direction. Then it's multi-level, so you get to actually have lots of different photo spots, so everybody kind of gets a fair share. That again is going to make things move way more efficiently. And it's absolutely beautiful that the first thing that you do is you go down a hill. So essentially, are we on the berm or is the park in the berm? So we'll see how that works. And when you first come in, there's this amazing little store.
I want to ask Bricky something. I've been saying for a long time, and actually big shout out to Danny from Five Fires. He actually kind of brought this to my attention a couple of years ago. And I think he was spot on. And it's something that I've always overlooked until he brought it up. But like our Esplanade is looking rough, you know? And when you see something like this, I mean, this is incredible. I mean, Bricky, do you think that we're ever going to get, I mean, I know that, you know, we're getting Portos and that's kind of dipping in a little bit to the Esplanade and all that out there, and we'll get the Eastern Gateway, but do you think they're ever going to really take that Esplanade seriously when it comes to Disneyland Resort, like something like this where it really like just pluses the hell out of it?
So there's one major reason why maybe they don't, because our Esplanade is also a emergency retainer.
Okay.
If there's ever a massive thing that happened in one of the two parks, that is a place that can hold thousands of people. The more complicated you make that, the more difficult it will be to hold those people. So if you think about all the other parks, they're adjacent to a parking lot, or adjacent to like some other sort of space. Because of how Disneyland's built, there's not that release valve. And the space keeps getting tighter because like the other release valve is at the end of Bayou Country. There's a gate there. And if that opens up, that would take you over to like one of the like emergency exits. And, you know, that space has all been eaten up. There's the space over behind Batu. That space has been eaten up. So the Esplanade is a very systematic way to hold lots of people in a worst case scenario. The more you parcel that up and make that designed, the harder that gets in the case of like a very bad tragedy. So sorry to be a bum out. I think it probably stays pretty basic for that number one reason.
It makes sense. And as much as like the nerd in me wants like something cool like this, people's safety comes first. So I get it. You know?
So think about it. In the worst case scenario, what they would do is they would empty out one of the park or both of the parks. And then they would have the Esplanade to direct people. And then they would have the monorail, or sorry, the Disneyland tram path to just like exit people out or to line people out. So in the worst case scenario, if they had to get people out of the park but on property, that would be the area, because all around the backs of the parks are pathways for emergency vehicles. So those are a couple of things that I don't see ever going away, because they, on the naked eye, they have one operational thing, but on the design eye, they're doing something different. And like, because we are all creators, and we also have people that are watching this that are just people that watch this for fun, but or maybe creators too. Like the first 2.5 minutes of this video, I've always been able to see the world from like the design perspective of how it's built. And I thought everybody else could see the world from the same way. And then I started making these videos and breaking down what I saw and how I saw it. And people were like, whoa, I never thought about that. Like I never literally thought that that's there. So you take 100% of the people and you instantly divide them up into 4 clusters of maybe 25% each. And so the advice that I give to anybody is that like, if you just express how you see the world, you'll be surprised at how unique that is and how people can learn so much from your perspective, whatever the perspective may be. So watching this video, I just remember a time when I didn't think that anything I said was that interesting. And then I learned like, oh, people don't see the world this way. And the more that I leaned into it and the more that I kept going and going, people were like, that's why I watch you. And I'm like, good, because I literally don't think it's a magic trick. It's just how my dumb brain works.
Well, but you know what though, Bricky, that's the thing though. That's why I was drawn to you initially too when I discovered your content. It's because you have that architectural background. You see things through a different perspective. You know, like so you're going to see things differently than someone like me who doesn't have that background, which makes I think that's interesting.
100%. I couldn't agree more.
Direction, then those 50% choose their own proprietary path or stop for photos. Therefore, you have taken all of the people that are coming in and you have instantly dispersed them in all these different directions, making it to where the gates have a slow trickle of people versus a mad rush. Genius. Giving people the ability to take the high road, the low road. I don't know why I showed those backwards, because my brain is on the tired road. And on the other side, I couldn't get over to that beautiful gazebo, but they mirrored the pattern with this other little lookout spot, which I'm here to look out. I'm not passing any of these up. Oh, here comes the music. So they have aggressively cranked up the music.
Pause real quick.
You just get these little lookout spots here, which are probably used for weddings and different little events.
There you go.
So the reason the music was like low key, and then they jammed up the music because there's a protest happening right when you walked in the park. And I
wanted to know about that.
Yeah. So like background context, I text Woo and I go, hey man, there's a crazy protest happening and there's trash all over the ground. I go, I'm not going to film it, but this feels very much like something you would be into. And he's like, I'm on my way, man. And when every time Adam and I would walk by, he'd have his DJI just like cruising by and he's filming it. And he's like, dude, he's like, those security guards are giving you the mean mug. And because I have a professional grade camera, I was literally, when you get into the park, you won't see this by the way that I film, but I was being followed by security guards the entire time because they wanted to make sure that with my camera rig, I didn't start filming that, because if I film it with my camera, it's the type of thing that if it makes it to a network, it could look like, you know, like professional footage or whatever like that. And so every time I walked through that day, like I had like dudes mean mugging me, and literally the whole time I'm like, it's Christmas and it's amazing. There's just dudes in like sports coats, like just walking 15 steps behind me. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. Disney Madden's. So I do this thing sometimes in my video where I'm not just talking to you, I'm talking to the security guard. I'm like, I'm not going to film this because I wouldn't want to get in any trouble and lose my time at Disneyland Paris. So I'm kind of like also talking to the guy who's following me at the same time. So little BTS.
No, 100%. Yeah, it was kind of weird because I not to go off subject, but I watched one of your latest videos where you gave DCA, you know, a report card. And
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I found it interesting how you graded per subject of DCA. And one of the things was cleanliness. And then, you know, we talk about this at Disneyland Paris, where, you know, the outside before you even enter the gates is like breathtaking. And then you talk about that. It's like, what the hell? How'd that happen?
So it was like this, from what I could determine, there was this, company that does trash removal, or, you know, whatever, a union that does trash, and they were protesting their wages. And so to protest, they had taken all these garbage cans and emptied them all out. And then they were using the garbage cans as drums. So you walk by and there's all these dudes just going boom, 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 boom. And there's literally the most amount of trash you've ever seen. Like the whole area was covered in trash. And so like, so many people have been like, oh man, I got to film that. I got to film that. And like, my whole vibe is like, and then what? A bunch of people will like, you know, I got to film that. I got to put it over on, you know, the tiki-taki. I got to get that out as fast as possible. And then what? Like, I'm not the guy who covers trash. I don't cover protests in the park. I always side with workers and not with corporations. But like, what a short-term mindset to like make that the focus of my video or what I'm doing. So I just cruised past it, didn't really engage with it, that's not what I do. That's not a part of like how I do these videos. You know, like I'm talking about the amazing design of Main Street USA at Disneyland Paris. That's a sidetrack. That being said, I was like, hey, Adam, this looks like something you might be into.
100%.
But as for me, I love just all the different vantage points. And I assume during the warmer months, this creek actually is running all around it. But just look at how beautiful this little park space is, right?
Love it.
We see a adorable park space, a little hangout space, this little bridge over here that these folks are getting ready to cross.
That's so awesome.
This is by far the best entryway I've ever seen at a Disney park. I haven't been to the Asia parks yet, but it's coming.
Can't wait.
And I just think if I was a local hanging out in this little park waiting for our friends to show up, I could hang out here for hours. And that's going to be a theme of today's video as well, because you will hear me break down, if this were my home park, how I could envision that I would use it and abuse it. On our far right end, we have this bridge where you can see hotel traffic going back and forth, people in their Christmas outfits, and just a couple of little benches here where you can just check out the vibe, which I love to check out the vibe.
How cool are those
After
Christmas
being at
outfits that
Tivoli
people wear
Gardens
over
just 2 weeks.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, amazing.
Yeah.
You would never catch anyone out here wearing that.
No,
Never.
it's kind of a thing. I saw them all across Europe. It's very cool that they wear that. I mean, look at this hotel too. This hotel's like, you know, it's like a mix between European architecture and the Grand Floridian, but also at the same time uniquely Disney. And then that giant Mickey Mouse clock that's the dead centerpiece up there in the top. It looks like a Mickey Mouse wristwatch that's just like ginormous. And, you know, this is one of those things that Tony Baxter had to really like fight for in this park, because he's always had the idea of that there should be a 24-hour space.
Sure.
And his theory is that people don't want the good times to end. They want to be able to like live inside of the theme park space. They want to be able to have like a cappuccino at like 3 a.m. and watch it all go by. And the corporation was like, nobody's going to want to see the park at 3 a.m. with the floodlights on while we're working on Main Street. And he's like, that's exactly what people do want to see. Yeah. And so this right here, this is one of the things that he had to fight for like really, really hard. And this was a big idea of what Westcott was going to be like, because he's always had the dream that there should be the 24-hour space, the place where you could sort of like live inside of the magic. And so for a not affordable rate, some people get that option. But man, has there ever been a bigger kick in the dick than staying on this side of the hotel versus staying on the other side of
the hotel?
Hey, but then again, you know, if you had a hotel like this at downtown Disney, which we kind of do, which is the Grand Californian, I'm going to tell you I would not mind, for real, staying on either side of this hotel, because either way, you're getting a great view and just great vibes.
For sure. And you know what's also interesting about their Esplanade is that I woke up this morning of this video. I got up at I think like 5:30. I was out the door at 6 a.m. Got on the train. I rode one train, 3 stops, did a transfer, and rode that train till it ended. It took me less than an hour to take a train to get to this park. So it cost me less than $10 US to get my transportation there. And a Uber ride home is like 130, 140 bucks. And then you gotta get stuck in downtown Paris traffic, because we were staying in a really nice little spot kind of in their version of Greenwich Village. And so I said, you know what? It feels pretty safe here. I don't carry a camera bag because it weighs you down and it gives me man boobs. So I went into one of the stores. I bought a little bag for €2.50 euro. And I took all my camera equipment apart and I put it in the bag. And then I took my bandana and put it on top of it, my little cloth that I keep with me to wipe stuff off. And I go, now it just looked like a guy that just bought like something at Disneyland. And so I had my $7,000 worth of camera gear in a little bag. And I got on the train and I rode the train back into the city, watched a really hot woman eating pizza in her lap because she was drunk and had like dead eyes. And I was like, this is such a great experience. I would so much rather take the train home. I mean, dude, she was eating the pizza, open box. Like the pizza box was in her lap and she was dressed to the nines. Beautiful young lady, pizza in her lap. And then, you know, because pretty people live by different rules than us ugly trolls, the box was in the flap of the box was in the lane. So everybody had to kind of walk around her pizza box. She cared none. I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get my pizza box out of the way. She was just like, I'm like, my girl has been to the city. She's crushed it. She's had a good time and she's celebrating with a large pizza all by herself. Hats off to you. And that's the kind of entertainment that I don't get when I have to drive home by myself on the 22.
I love that. I love that. And nobody told her about the pizza box because she was a baddie, right? So no one said anything like, hey, can you move your box?
I mean, first off, it's Europe, so nobody's going to say anything to anybody. It's not like America. It's like, hey, my kids are trying to walk through the train and your pizza box is in the way. You know, it's just like, it's your people are just like, whatever. And they just kind of go around it, you know?
That's
but
hilarious.
I was like, but she was in the other cart. So the way the carts are is whenever we do a turn, I'm like, there she is. Look at her. And then she would disappear. And then she'd show back up again. I'm like, there she is. Look at her. And it was just like such a great spectator sport.
I love it.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
I see a lot of that influence poured into Disneyland Paris, but this hotel really does create a beautiful welcoming moment. Distinctly Disney has the kind of crossover of American architecture with France's eye for detailing. And of course, who doesn't love a good Mickey watch? And all underneath it, it has a beautiful arcade, not too different than the one that you see in the tunnels when you go into the Magic Kingdom, just on a much, much larger scale. And then the welcome sign has that instant Disney feeling to it. The little popcorn lights, the typography, the flourishes filling out every little space, like just says Disney without having to say Disney. Truly does feel welcoming. I hope you nerds are ready to look at some details because I'm going to go low and slow.
I love it.
These doors. So I didn't film it because I don't want to start my day by getting kicked out. But I think there's like a protest going on
So
in the opening.
Just me talking to the security
of the
guard.
park where it looks like there's maybe maintenance workers that have. You hear the drum beating? That's them banging on garbage cans, and there's trash literally everywhere. Yeah, there's trash everywhere, and they're just like banging on the drums in some sort of, I'm assuming, protest. Yeah, so that was my first opening into the park. That's a little bit different. Not going to film it. Don't want to get in trouble, but
Wow. Good God.
So Frosty,
And it was so loud.
on one side of me,
That.
and a Disney entryway covered in trash behind me. You know, I'm always going to side with workers, so I hope they get what they're looking for. All right, back to Fantasyland. I am loving these little snowmen greeting us with the Christmas trees. And then, oh, there's City Hall, and she's a big gal. Oh, these trees are so perfectly put together. And after touring around Europe for the last 2 weeks, these trees make so much more sense to me because they literally feel like there's a little bit of an elevated version of what you would see at the Christmas markets. Right now, that City Hall clock is making a hidden Mickey with the two balls at the end of the hour and minutes hand. But another beautiful City Hall founded in 1879. I wonder what that year has to do with this. Now, we don't get a Main Street train station per se like we have back home, but we do get this nice train station all across the front, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Pause it
All
real
right, gotta
quick.
keep my camera high so we don't film anything and get into trouble.
Well, Ricky, I was going to ask you real quick. Did you ever find the history why it was 1879?
Somebody wrote in my comments and they said it was some sort of, I think, European moment. I can't remember what it was, but what was cool about this trip is I just, went into it being like, I don't know a lot about the places I'm going, but because I was polite and asked questions, a lot of locals watch my videos and like, oh, this is why we have this thing in Cologne, Germany, or that's why we do this in Switzerland. So it was really cool to see how local people watched the videos and kind of gave me the pieces that I didn't get. So I film my videos high so that I don't film a lot of people. And there was a security guard, and I knew it was a security guard because I've learned how to make security guards, and I always will walk up to them and just be like, hey, how you doing? And they're like, sometimes they won't talk back to me because they're not supposed to, and sometimes they're like, hey, what's going on? And I just will always be like, I'm Bricky, I'm doing this, I'm filming this, just letting you know what I'm doing, because like I just want to cut it off at the pass, And so there was a security guard, and I'm like, hey man, I'm filming the train station, not filming what's happening out there. Never responded to me once, but I know that he heard me. And I just was like, I'm just putting a permanent record of what I'm doing. And one of my favorite things about how I film is a couple of times when I had security guards come up to me in the park. I had this one security guard came up to me that was kind of giving me like, what we call in this house, he was cop talking me, you know what I mean? Where it's like, no matter what you say, you're wrong. And he's like, oh, I heard you're creating a disturbance down here. I'm like, no, that's not me. And I was like, you must be thinking of somebody else. And he's like, yeah, I just heard you were down here filming people. And I took pride in telling the security guard at Disneyland, I'm like, I'll give you my camera right now, and I'll give you $100 for any face that you see that's not mine in my footage.
Wow.
Because I don't film other people. And when I do, I have a very expensive lens that only focuses on my face and nobody else. So if that's what you heard, and then ultimately he was just doing that cop thing where they like tell you a bad scenario to see how you react to it, but it's not actually the truth. And so I literally like, if you want to look at my footage, we can look through it right now and I'll show you that there's nobody in here. So a lot of times when I'm in the parks, I will instantly de-escalate situations by just going straight up to the security guard, and I know how to tell them right now. And I'm like, hey man, just letting you know, I have a YouTube channel and I'm filming this thing over here. I'm not going to film the security gates, or I know what they don't want to be filmed. So I find the best policy is just like, I'm filming this, not this, so that you know what I'm up to. And normally that kind of squashes it. And then other times it's just like, I know Bricky, which is always my favorite when they're just like, yeah, I know what you're up to. Yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out, So that makes it feel good too. But like for anybody who's filming, the more shady you act or the more shady you look, the more problems you're going to find. like
Sure.
heading it off at the path and just being like, this is what's happening. I have always found like honesty is the best policy.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, be
And
proactive. Be proactive with it, because if they see you, it's better to like, head that off at the pass and just kind of like, hey, look, I'm doing this out the gate. I'm just recording this. I'm not recording anybody's face. Let them know. And I think most of the time, the security will be like, okay, cool, understood.
No, 100%.
But I really do enjoy how their train station is elongated, right? I'm counting 4 different ways to get up on top of the train platform. And that, again, reflects the same strategy that we saw out front. It's funny how they built this park to be able to handle such a massive scale. And then we all know that it didn't really live up to that demand in its opening years. But they're getting there. And did you just notice that little reveal we just walked through? Let's do it again. Look at this little cutaway in the roof and how that slowly and perfectly reveals the Grand Tower in this building.
Hey, Conductor, if you go pause it real quick.
Is they had the challenge.
I just want to give a big shout out to someone we unfortunately lost pretty recently, Eddie Soto, who had a huge part in this main street. Like honestly, probably the best main street ever built. It's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, we miss you, Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie designed. This was, Tony Baxter was the creative director for the whole project, and then different people did, like Tom Morris did Fantasyland, Eddie Soto did Main Street USA. They oversaw it. And something that's really interesting is this park was the first Disney park owned by Disneyland that was designed all by people that went to Disneyland as a child.
Wow.
So you have, for the first time ever, people designing the parks based on their, professional expertise, but what they felt in their heart when they went to the parks when they were a kid. And the number one thing, and I drop this quote a lot, but when people go, oh, you're going to a park made for kids, I'm like, dummy. John Hench said it perfectly about Disneyland. We don't have to design Disneyland for kids because children already live in imagination and fantasy. We design Disneyland for adults to remind them what imagination and fantasy feels like. So when people can't understand why adults go there, I'm like, hey, dum-dum, it was designed for adults so they could have fun when they took their kids someplace. Did you not hear the story about Walt sitting on the bench being like, look at these 2 assholes going around and around in a merry-go-round. I'm sitting over here on the bench. I want to get in the game, baby. So that is something that I always like to kind of pull out on how the parks are designed to do exactly what we all do, is share that love of detail with other adults, because kids already exist in the space that we walk into as adults.
No, 100%. Totally agree with that.
Of not only trying to be at the level of Magic Kingdom and Disneyland, but to also add in that Parisian design of massive attention to detail. Like, this is no easy design challenge to try to, do better or as well as Disneyland, Magic Kingdom, and the city of Paris. So the detailing here is phenomenal. And this little bizarre courtyard, just everywhere you look, it's perfectly thought out. Let's check out the other side. I love this little shop or storefront or whatever it is, just this little facade tucked between City Hall and the Storybook store, where we're all used to seeing a fire station. And folks are lined up to meet Winnie the Pooh over here in the corner. And I wonder if where it says book your passages, is that also a backstage exit where parade vehicles can come and go? Be curious to know that one. And then, oh yes, I love seeing the nod to the fire department right here, where you can see one of the dogs from 101 Dalmatians. I don't know their names, apologize. That's great. Just a little shout out. Far left is the arcade that allows you to walk behind Main Street USA.
Pause it real quick.
I love Nerks Records.
So this arcade, so under the castle, there's that huge area, under the hotel, there's that huge area that you walk underneath. You can basically go from underneath that through these side corridors to those arcades run behind Main Street USA. And then there are pathways that will get you all the way over to Frontierland, Adventureland, Tomorrowland, and Fantasyland, where you can basically get through the entire park without ever having to walk with the sky above you. So on rainy or snowy days, they have designed this park where you have the sunny thoroughfare because these people love when the sun comes out because it's rare. But for most of the when it's not sunny and it does have participation, like I've been there twice and it's rained precipitation, not participation. I've been there twice and it's rained each time. I've been to 2 fireworks shows there and still haven't seen the damn castle because there's so much moisture in the air. But they have the entire park design where there's those arteries where you can get to where you need to go without being in the elements. Brilliant design.
No, 100%. And then at one point you actually walk through them, and it's funny because I told OG and I said it on camera as you're walking through it. It reminds me of going through like the Felician or the Aria in Las Vegas. It's like, wow, they really and you actually talk about it throughout Main Street, and we're gonna watch some more, obviously, but every little square inch is themed, detailed, everything. There's not like one dull moment I saw.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, it's impressive. Real quick, Conductor, before you press play again. Speaking of weather, right, and moisture in the air and stuff like that, my heart goes out to our Floridian friends. I mean, they're going through it right now. I mean, I saw Bio Reconstruct. He had some pictures this morning from Universal. The Universal Globe had icicles hanging from it. I don't know.
That's hard.
I don't know what's going on over there in Florida, but hang in there, team. I hate the cold. I don't know how you do it.
We're so spoiled.
Yeah. Oh, we are.
Definitely.
And toys, yes please. And we have a beautiful Christmas tree that, just like the one back home, has forced perspective, where just look at the glowing ornaments. Notice how big the one down here at eye level is. It's way bigger than a basketball. And then when you get up to the top, it's smaller than a basketball, just to make the make the Christmas tree look even bigger, and then also make sure that it stays within the scale of the forced perspective that surrounds it. Disneyland had a gazebo out front of it. I think it lasted, I don't know, maybe a week, and then Walt moved it out of his town square. Interesting to see a gazebo here at Disneyland Paris.
Real quick, Conductor, if you can pause it.
By Walt Disney himself back home in Disneyland.
You know, Bricky, you mentioned earlier in the show, no idea is fully dead at Disney, and that is a perfect example of that gazebo right there.
Yeah, and it's also cool how they take little things like that and they're nods. They're nods for people that know, like walking there, I'm like, oh damn, they put Walt's gazebo in town square. You know what I mean? And it's like they like, because like they're like, America's like crazy patriotic, like way more than most countries, so they're not going to put a flagpole in the middle of there. Like, it's just not their style. So the gazebo actually works brilliantly there. And the gazebo that was in Disneyland today, if you go to Rogers Garden over in Newport Beach, I believe is where it's at, that's where the gazebo is at today. So it's still being used, but it's at a garden shop in Orange County.
Oh, interesting.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow.
That's history I didn't even know. See,
Right.
that's why I like Bricky, man. He does his research. I love it.
Yeah,
I learned stuff in the first 5 minutes of talking with you. Amazing.
Love me a beautiful Disney Christmas tree. Here on the right side of Main Street in Town Square, we see a window for, I guess, a portrait, the shadow portraits. But cleverly, that is the silhouette of Mr. Lincoln, who obviously isn't going to be in this park. But I love that there was a nod to the fire station and Mr. Lincoln, putting a little bit of Disneyland's layout in this exotic one. That's another great one right there. Oh my God, that's amazing. There is a Benjamin Franklin shout out right there for electric. We all get that one. But the fact that there's him on the corner, really on the building where Disneyland was supposed to open up the Edison Square and you'd be able to go back. And I believe there would be a thing about Ben Franklin back there. Just another little Disneyland kind of like wink, wink. And here is that second
Pause real
arcade.
quick.
Don't worry.
Hey.
We'll be exploring these later.
The Benjamin Franklin's such a deep cut because they didn't put Thomas Edison there. They put Benjamin Franklin there, but that was going to be how you'd get to Edison Square. And in Edison Square, there was going to be an attraction about the invention of electricity, which would go back to Benjamin Franklin. So it's like a nod, but it's like a nod within the nod. And it's also kind of like a little bit of a wink, wink to like Liberty Square over in the Magic Kingdom. And one of the cool things that a lot of people don't talk about with where we were going to have like the Liberty Street that would go to Edison Square at Disneyland is that when you looked at it from this direction, like looked in, it was going to look European. But when you got to the end and you look back, the buildings were going to look Spanish, like Barcelona.
Wow.
So it would be a street which, depending on which way you look down, would give you two different perspectives of two different parts of the world. Obviously, we couldn't do that at Disneyland because we would need that space for retaining the parade, which is why our parade goes one direction then loops back the other, because there's not a continual loop around the back of the park. But I just saw that and I'm like, dude, Lincoln over here, Firehouse over there, giving two shout outs to our town square, and then putting that there where there should have been this other thing. Like, these guys went through and just threw every little Disneyland deep cut in there that they could.
Hey, Bricky, I want to ask you a question because you mentioned earlier about Spaceship Earth being a dark ride for smart people. And I completely agree with you. But even this Main Street is like with all the deep cut stuff, it's for smart people. It's very thought out, right? Do you feel like, and I don't want to be like one of these guys like, oh, you know, Imagineering is dead, because I actually do believe the current team that we have is actually very, very creative. But as a corporation, though, do you think this kind of stuff, like we're like Spaceship Earth or, you know, the nods to Ben Franklin, all this stuff, is that a Disney of the past? Or do you think that we're still going to get stuff like that going forward? Or is it going to be a bunch of Zootopias and Arendelles?
I think everything moving forward until we get different management is going to be all based around intellectual property. And so the most that we can hope for is that they treat more and more Disneyland, Anaheim, California, Walt Disney, the man, not the studio. The more that they treat their own story as IP, that's the only way you're going to get that. So let's think about what is the intellectual property of this Main Street USA? It's Main Street USA back home in Disneyland. It's telling the story of American culture. And it's doing it in a very intellectual way because the French pride themselves on being intellectual. The way that their city is designed is very highbrow. And, you know, this is just such a like contradiction of when you come to America, and I love it here. It's where I was born. It's where I live. It's where I'll die. Or at least they'll ship my body back to. But when you think about most of America, it's become strip malls.
Yeah.
And it's become like, you know, there's like, it's Roller Coaster Tycoon. Where do you put the Chili's next to the Target? You know what I mean? It's just like, it's the same 50 pieces over and over again. Just, oh, you got a Cracker Barrel and, you know, a Porto's or whatever it is, you know, like whatever exotic collaboration that you have. And so with this park, the story is Disney as an IP.
Right.
Spaceship Earth, never going to happen again. I don't see them doing that kind of like telling the story of humanity or culture. But what we can hope for is the Walt Disney animatronic. They're remaking the animation courtyard at Hollywood Studios to look like Disney Studios. You know what I mean? Like what we can hope for is that they put more old Disney into things. I think that's our best hope for what you're looking for. And they are doing that. They are treating Disney story as an IP that they put in the parks. But I don't know, man. Another Spaceship Earth, I wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
No, I don't see it happening, and it's sad. It really is.
But if I know my Disney parks, this one on the right side is definitely a parade entry and opening spot. Awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, at the Magic Kingdom, there's a little bit of a shout out. Turn those lights back on. There's a shout out to bicycling or cycling on this exact corner. So funny to see the Kitty Hawk bike shop. And check this out. This arcade is to keep you dry. And then there is a tunnel that runs along the other side of Main Street. So you basically have a pretty safe and dry way to enter and exit the park. Beautiful window display. I love that. Oh man, look how cool this little nook here is. And shout out to the dentist here. It's not too different. The noises that we hear at the dentist over on West Street, over on the cross street of Disneyland. And it wouldn't be a main street without something to trip on.
Pause it. So this is pointed out to me after I went there. And obviously when I look through the camera, like I look through a very small little lens, and
Sure.
the way that I shoot, everything has red lines on it. It has red lines if it's in focus. It has zebra lines if it's oversaturated. So like I've had fellow YouTubers look at my camera before and like, what the hell are you looking at? I'm like, I'm shooting all for like structure and I can't really see the details through my camera.
Yeah.
It was pointed out to me afterwards that this Main Street Transportation Company, this is the silhouette and shape of Sleeping Beauty Castle at Disneyland in Anaheim.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Really?
And Bricky,
Yeah,
I want to ask,
see it.
I want to ask you too. It kind of has a little bit of a hint of Mr. Toad. And transportation is his thing. I wonder if they incorporate a little bit of that into this too. Are you seeing that as well, or am I tripping?
Yeah, I mean, I can see the details that you're thinking of, like the kind of the bent text and all of that. But I so wish I would have stood on the other side of the street and shot it, like, because right here my lens is 16-25, so it's bending it out. And yeah, but you can look at it and tell that like that's the basic shape of Sleeping Beauty Castle at Disneyland.
Wow, that's great. I love it. I love it.
See, I love that.
What a
Hidden
beautiful
right there.
transportation hub.
Yeah. So do they have what we have here on our main street, like the trolleys with the horses and all that, or what comes out of this building?
That's the beauty of this, is I still don't know this park really well, and I purposely don't over research it, so I still have some place to go where I can be a dum-dum. And I did see vehicles out on the street that day, but I didn't see any horse-drawn vehicles. But I did see their Main Street vehicles were more on display. Like I walked up to the woman and she was just kind of standing there and she let me film it, but it didn't seem like she was actually driving it. Like they kind of pulled them out on display as like old timey American cars and then pulled them back in. But yeah, that I don't know.
Interesting.
With the dual doors, I'm assuming this is where their horse-drawn cart comes out. Got the 1 and 2 line Main Street Transportation. That is a beautiful logo. And how could I not show Mickey and Minnie a Christmas gift, both in their little Santa suits? I'm feeling the spirit, guys. It's getting me. I'm feeling it. It's definitely getting me. Donald and Daisy trying to get on the action, and then Mando? I showed his face. He's kicked out. It is 9 a.m. The park is officially open. I don't care. I could wander around here all day long. I really don't care. That garland is top tier. Love all the colorful little Christmas ornaments. The candle inside of the Mickey wreath. Yeah. This, they absolutely nailed. Just look how big this is. I mean, it is absolutely massive. Massive. And so well put together. This Main Street doesn't disappoint. The detailing is so on point. It's unreal. Oh, it's snowing.
Lost me. I'm done.
Oh. Oh my God. Look at that.
Wow, dude.
That's crazy.
Oh my God.
Hey, pause it real quick.
You're awake in what a way.
So, little content creation tip to everybody. Whenever you're filming, if you happen to cry, always cry into the camera.
Oh, wow.
Because it's important to let people know how you feel and to be transparent with how you feel.
Yeah.
But it's also important to give other men permission to cry and to let them know that it's okay to go to someplace. Like I had literally on this day, it's the 13th. Since Thanksgiving, I'd been on the most epic journey of my life with my best friend, who's my wife. I'd been all over Europe. I met all these amazing people, seen all these amazing things. And it's like, if the emotion gets to you, like just let it out, cry into the microphone, cry into the camera, because it literally is one of those things that brings us all together, and it's healthy to cry. So I come from a rough neighborhood, have been in some tough situations. I wouldn't step up on me. That being said, I will cry in a Disney park. I will full on cry in a Disney park and not feel anything about that. So I see so many people try to act like things aren't happening. And my perspective is like, no, man, lean into the emotions. Like if you're going to be a content creator, you're here to tell stories. My story is like, this is the last day on one of the most epic trips I've ever been on in my life. And now this day is even more special to me because we all know what happens on this day. And so like, you just gotta lean into it, man. And like, if you think about this, who was Walt Disney as a storyteller? He's somebody who never, ever leaned away from tragedy, from harsh things, from scary things. He never leaned away from like moments that would make you cry, because Walt knew that if you left a movie that made you happy, made you joyful, made you sorrowful, made you cry, that those are human emotions, and human emotions plant memories inside of our brain. So just like Walt, I'll always lean into whatever emotion I'm feeling. And I'd advise for other people to do it too. And obviously don't fake it. I'm not good enough of an actor to look that shitty, but definitely lean into it would be my advice.
Well, and Bricky, and this speaks to like a bigger like societal issue, right? But like I hate the fact that it's become kind of like taboo for men to express how they feel.
Yeah.
I don't know where that came from exactly, but I don't get it.
Well, and also too, because we live in the internet and everybody judges everything. If you do cry, there will always be people that will like give you crap in the comments or like, oh, you're turning that on. And I'm like, dude, like, first off, if I could just cry on demand, I would have got into acting. And also too, it's like, yeah, you found me out. You know what I mean? And like, that's just the type of person, like, and here's the mindset that I live under. Like, I make my videos for my friends. When somebody wanders into my videos and their first comment ever is like being mean to me, we're not meant to be friends. And let me tell every YouTuber, you have the availability to do this. You can click on that person and you can block them from your channel. They can still watch your content. They just can't talk to you anymore. And for anybody who ever watched Superman movies, the 70s Superman movies, I refer to that as putting them in the phantom zone. And I'd like to explain something to people. Like, you're here to build a community. You're here to celebrate the work you do with the people that enjoy your work. You are not here to get picked on. You're not here to get bullied on. And that whole like, well, if you put yourself out there, you're going to get judged. Not by you. I don't have to do that. That's not what I signed up for. I didn't sign up for people to be mean to me. Now, if you want to be like, hey man, like that part of the video, you kind of drug it out, like get to the point, or you repeated yourself or whatever, that's constructive criticism. I won't kick you to the curb for that. But if you come in and you're mean or you say something like, I don't have to deal with that. I don't make enough money to deal with that. It doesn't do me any good. I don't need your voice in my head. And you know what? I don't do that. I've never once gone into somebody else's video and be like, fix your teeth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't treat people that way, so I'm not going to be treated that way. You have the permission to not engage. And I cannot say that enough to people. It is so important to not let the internet beat you down, and it doesn't. The internet lifts me up. It's a positive thing in my life because I've created an environment that's positive in my life. So cry to the camera, boys. Show them what you got. And if you can outcry me, we'll have a cry fest.
I love it. Well, and one thing too is like, you know, if anyone ever gets on creators for crying on camera or what have you, being a creator is a very difficult thing. We put ourselves out there to hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of people on a daily basis. And that takes some thick skin. It's not as easy as people think. And you put yourself out there like that, you open yourself up to people's opinions and what have you. It's not easy. So you got to be pretty tough to even just be in this game. So,
you do. And somebody said something over here in the chat. NG Rocky said something, and it's a great point. It's like when you police your comment section and your live streams, you make it better for your audience. You make it better for your community. And like, I'm not talking about critiquing or criticism. That's totally different. I'm talking about mean, hateful stuff, or also people that come into your space and they say political stuff. Like, I'll be polite and be like, hey man, like, not for nothing, but I don't need to hear DEI or go woke or go broke. Like, I just like, it's Disney. Can I just please have one damn spot in my life where that stuff doesn't exist? And if they're mean about that, I don't need you here. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here for you to tell me like, oh, this, they're basically saying this ride didn't work because people of color touched it. I don't want that. You know, like that's, I don't even want to get into that engaging, that type of thing. So like, I think you owe it to yourself to like police it, not only for your own sanity, but for your audience's sanity. So they too feel like you've created a safe space for them. So I know this is more of like a creator thing, but when I talk to other creators, like I like to talk about all this stuff, you know? And I think that there's sort of this like weird mindset of like, oh, you can't censor people. You're not censoring people. You're just kicking, you're thinking about it as like a dinner party, or, you know, if we all owned a bar, we'd kick people out that were starting fights. We wouldn't let them stay in the bar if they started fights. We'd kick them out, you know? And if people said your prices are too high or your food sucks, we'd be like, all right, well, we'll work on that. Like, I criticize Disney. I should be able to criticize. I should be able to let people critique my videos, but I'm talking about when people are just mean-spirited, like it just doesn't belong in there. So, yeah.
Well said.
No,
100%.
I agree. 100%.
Yeah.
What a way to wrap it up. And there's snow on the lens. Oh my God. My little Christmas heart can't take it anymore. No, it's a machine. It's real snow, Dad. No, it's a machine. Oh my gosh, this is so
Dad
great.
sucks.
They really are the makers of magic. One got me in the eye. Oh, it's just so good. The music, the decorations, the snow, the week I've had, and my love for Disney. What a moment. I'm already at a loss of words. That was that was a lot. That was a lot for my little heart all at once. Is that Mrs. Claus and a Christmas?
It's like 9:15.
Yeah.
Park's open till 10.
Well, and real quick, Conductor, you can pause it real quick. You know, it also, and I love California. I'm a West Coaster all day, every day. I love it. But I gotta say, during Christmas time, during this time of year, when the weather actually looks like Christmas, it hits different, right? Instead of being like 85 degrees outside, right? It just feels different. I mean, with the kind of the fog and like the I don't know, man. It looks so pretty.
My dream is to go to a Disney park when it snows, and this location is like, this is pretty much it for getting a snowfall, you know? And I was just like, please let it snow. Please let it, you know, like I bought a pair of waterproof Nikes that I wore the entire time so I could still look like me, but have like, you know, the weather elements on my side. I had all of the gear to be in a cold, snowy day. I'm like, just dump snow on me. And this was all I got. And then the mist that I guess always just lives over Disneyland Paris.
Hey, you know, if you go to Disney World soon, you might get some snow on the weather they're getting lately. You never know.
It's going to warm up as soon as I get there. I totally missed it.
Of course. And one thing that I took away from this that I noticed when you're walking down Main Street experiencing the snow from the machines and whatnot, I kind of felt they hit them very well.
Very well.
So you
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
really know what direction it was coming from.
No, that's a great observation, Conductor, because out here, and even at Knott's, it's like it's coming out of a leaf blower. It's pretty obnoxious. Like you can totally
it's
tell.
snowing. Yeah. One, you didn't hear them. Two, they're hidden very well. And three, it's 9 a.m. It's rope drop and they're snowing. At Disneyland, they only do it in the evening.
Yeah.
This main street snows all throughout the day.
I love that.
Kind of the 1-2 punch is I went to Europe and it was amazing. I came home, Disneyland, a little bit of a rough holiday season.
Sure.
And when you see how the same company puts the extra effort and extra money into a part of the world where they're still trying to win people over versus how they treated the people that they already got. And then that Wall Street Journal article came out. Like I kind of went through a little bump in the road where I'm like, hey man, I've seen what you guys are capable of doing. It's kind of lame how you're treating your Anaheim like OG fan base, like the people that are like when there's something big that happens at the park, there are these creatures that I don't know where they come from. Maybe they're 50, maybe they're 150, but they're like decked out in Disney gear and they're buying the popcorn bucket and sipper. I'm like, at your age, how much of this do you have? Like, where do you put all these popcorn buckets? And they show up because they've been doing that their whole life. You know, they live in Huntington Beach someplace in a house that's made out of Disney junk. And it's like Disney does that thing where you take advantage of the friends that you know that are the most loyal, right? Sure. But you're still trying to seduce the girl that you're out on a date with. And so the way they treat Disneyland Paris is like, come on in. You're going to love this. And in Anaheim, they're like, we've had you, you know? So it did make a little bit of an emotional, like when I got back to Disneyland Christmas at home, I was like, oh man, you guys can try harder. Like it snows on this main street all day long. You know what I mean? And there's characters everywhere in Christmas outfits and stuff. And then you came home and it's like, there's more missing than that was there, you know? And so it definitely created a little bit of like a critical mindset of like, I just had seen better and I know that they can do better.
Yeah.
No, well, absolutely. And that's something I actually took away from what you said earlier about, you know, giving tips and tricks about, you know, me and Tommy going out to Walt Disney World. You gain a different perspective because, you know, like you said early on, we've all been to Disneyland hundreds of times. And then, you know, for me and Tommy, that's never been to Walt Disney World, even if we've been a handful of times and maybe not as much as Disneyland. And then you come back, you kind of get that different perspective. And then you kind of better understand what the differences are per, you know, resort. And I kind of feel, and I've said this to OG plenty of times, Bricky, is that I kind of feel the international parks really, really put the energy in, and the domestic parks are just kind of like stagnant. There's no improvement.
Well, it boils down to what Bricky said, is that they've had us. They got us. There are people, I've seen people on the internet say, it doesn't matter what Disney does. I'm gonna get my annual pass. Or Magic Key. I'm still gonna go.
Sure.
That's great, but like you are not helping. Like that's why they don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Well, why did they fix Star Wars Galaxy's Edge? Because people weren't spending money there. Like, you know, right. That's always going to be the thing that changes it. I think the thing that you guys will notice with Magic Kingdom, which is something that I notice as somebody who really pays attention to the details, is that a lot of times at Disneyland Resort, you get treated like a local. At Magic Kingdom, a lot of times you get treated like somebody who's on vacation.
Right.
And a lot of times you'll just see the people that are like operating, say, the Disneyland tram. California Adventure closes at 6 o'clock. Disneyland's open at midnight. And it's just like, and then on the inverse, when you go to get on one of the boats to go over to Magic Kingdom, the guy goes, who's excited to go to Magic Kingdom today? And everybody's looking at their phones and goes, oh, nobody? All right, well, we'll just go to the boat ourselves because we're excited to go. And then people like look up and goes, oh, I got your attention? If you want to get on this boat, you got to let me know you want to get on this boat. And so people are like, yeah. And he goes, all right, so 10 people are getting on the boat. And they are on stage, they're performing, you know, and they treat you like you're on vacation. And I see a lot of cast members over there go that extra mile because they know who their audience is. And sometimes in Disneyland, you're like, oh, I'm sorry that I'm annoying you.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. That's the vibe, 1,000%. Now, real quick, Conductor, before you start playing this video, I just want to give a shout out to Theme Park Wizard, Tomes TV, and Capture the Magic. They are friends of ours, and they do great content. So everybody at home, make sure you check them out. They're awesome. So,
absolutely. And before I start this, Bricky, this is going to be the last topic, is kind of covering that third gate, because me and OG, especially after doing a reaction and having you on here, we want to ask you some further questions about it. But kind of going back to a video you just put out the other day about that report card about DCA, I kind of feel that. I really do. Walking around DCA, not as much Disneyland. Disneyland is, I think personally, a lot better, but DCA, and me and OG have said it time and time again, DCA is like the stepchild that no one wants. And I know you said Hollywood Studios is like, yeah, it's another stepchild, but I don't know. It's almost like a race for the stepchild park.
Well, they were both built off the same template of being half-day parks. That was kind of the Michael Eisner mindset of like a half-day park, but full-day admission. So you'll see DCA very differently when you see Hollywood Studios. They're bizarrely intertwined in a really, really weird way. Like they're the most like you went to Bizarro, like the other version of each other. Like you're like, oh, there's a Galaxy's Edge here. Like, who put that here? And then, you know, the exits and entrance to Galaxy's Edge, you'll be like, oh, so this is what it's like when you don't try. So it's interesting to say the least.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Well, and actually, it's weird. I actually liked Hollywood Studios, but I will say this: if I was to pit those two parks against each other, I would pick DCA just because DCA has World of Color. I don't like the Phantasmic over there, really.
Phantasmic in Captivity.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. With like the Shamu seating area and stuff, it just kills the magic, in my opinion. There's something special about walking up to the rivers of America and having this thing organically erupt on that river. To go and sit down on these bleachers like you're going to watch the Shamu show or something. I don't know. It just kind of kills it for me. And we have Cars Land, and I don't know. Like DCA is still a notch above, but you're right. Both are very similar, and they're both very half-day parks, and Disney sort of phones it in with these places, unfortunately.
Yeah, it don't make a lot of sense, but I will tell you this. In Hollywood Studios' honor, it is the best park on the East Coast during the holiday season.
Really? Wow.
Because it's designed in that like classic moment of when Christmas was really finding its footing in America, like that 1950s, like kind of Christmas vibe. And so it's really great during Christmas, and Jollywood Nights will make you fall in love with Hollywood Studios because it was supposed to be an entertainment park. And we know how Disney's been with entertainment, but Jollywood Nights, they really bring up the entertainment, like, you know, people ice skating in front of the Chinese theater and shows everywhere and people performing. And so it does have a capability that's there. And actually, ironically, when I go, it's the one park that I'm really making a kind of a bigger Hey Bricky video about, because I did a lot of studying on Hollywood Studios. I'm like, all right, this place doesn't make sense to me. I need to figure out what they were going for. And once I figured out what they were going for, I'm like, oh, now it makes sense to me. So I'm actually going to do a video that's all kind of based on like, when I came here, I didn't like it. Now that I know the problems they're trying to solve, I'm not going to say that I like it, but I'm going to say that it now finally makes sense to me. So it'll be a very fun video that has some very interesting ties to Disneyland, and I'll leave it at that. So I'll still get your click.
It's interesting, Bricky, when it comes to Hollywood Studios, if they could secure those Marvel rights, I think an interesting direction for that park would be kind of like a celebration of all the studios of the Walt Disney Company. So you can have like Lucasfilm Land, Marvel Land, Pixar Land, Disney Animation Land, and you know, and I think that would be kind of the way to go, I guess, because they're kind of moving away from that like behind the scenes stuff, and so is Universal too, kind of. But I don't know. We'll kind of see the direction.
DVD extras and then the YouTube killed behind the scenes. Like nobody cares. We know how everything's done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like We know how, if you want to figure out how something's made, just go to the YouTube and they'll be like, oh, that's how they made Avatar. Cool. You know? So like, there's no reason to have a theme park. Like, guys, you don't know this, but this is how we make movies. It's like,
Yeah.
we know how you make movies, dumb.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%.
Definitely.
All right, Conductor, let's rock and roll. This is Westcott, baby? We're doing Westcott?
Westcott.
Uh-oh.
Anaheim is officially studying an aerial gondola system. One of those proposed locations.
Oh, this video? We're going back to
Disneyland. On paper, it looks like a transit plan for the 2028 Summer Olympics.
Yes.
But I dug a little deeper, and it's
I thought that was Epcot. Okay, bear with me. Sorry.
That's the gondola video that just slayed.
Yes,
It looks horrible.
And actually, the funny thing is like when this video came out,
Yeah.
I was planning on doing the breakdown of, I think, the Westcott's coming. And then that news came about the gondola. I'm like, oh, I got to make the prequel for my big video. And I'd actually talked to OG about this a long time ago. Like, hey, man, I'm making this video about this, blah, 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 blah. And kind of like, you know, soft bounce the idea off of him. And I got nervous because you had a dude on your channel and it was like, I just saw Spaceship Earth on the thumbnail and I was like, oh man, if this guy's predicting the same thing. And so I never watched the video because I don't want to have another creator. Like if I'm going to make a topic about a video, I won't watch anybody else's video about it. For example, like I did a video about the abandoned police station in Disneyland. And so I went over to YouTube and I looked up and I saw that Justin Scarta made one about it. I'm like, well, I'm not going to watch that because I don't want his voice in my head. So I will always like tell a story like from my own perspective. So I'll only watch things that I feel like are part of like the historical, but not opinionated pieces on what I'm doing. So when I saw you put that thumbnail up, I'm like, oh man, maybe this guy's predicting the same thing I'm predicting. Cannot watch that video because no, I don't want this dude's voice in my head. You know what I mean?
No, 100%. Now, real quick, before we dive into this video, I want to ask you, because this is kind of a topical question. There was news that came out the other day that the ART, the Anaheim Rapid Transit or whatever, that third party bus thing is shutting down. Now, I don't know. I was thinking that might be a little Eastern Gateway winking an eye. What do you think, Ricky? What do you think, Ricky?
I can see his wheels turning. Oh, here we go.
Put a pot of coffee on because we're going till midnight. So here's the thing that people can't quite wrap their brain around because a lot of people aren't visual thinkers. And I have a learning disability, so I'm not a smart person. I just have a different way of seeing the world. So I'm not saying like I'm some sort of genius, but this is what I keep trying to convey in all these videos I make. Once the Toy Story parking lot goes away, you no longer need buses.
Yes.
Because that new parking garage or the current parking garage, you will park and everything will be in walking distance from your car. People are like, should they make a blimp that takes you from there to there? What about a helicopter, Bricky? You think a helicopter would do it? I'm like, bro, it's the quickest walk ever. You can't walk across harbor. And if you can't walk, there will be a lane for scooters. So I know not everybody can walk. So if the buses are going away, if the art buses are going away, that means the city of Anaheim's like, man, we know all buses are going away. Because as soon as they build the new parking garage,
Right.
the Toy Story parking lot is redundant.
Right.
And as soon as they build that parking garage, they no longer need buses. So the city's looking at their contracts, they're looking at maintenance. Like I haven't done the deep dive on it, but the buses are all gonna go away because the parking garage is designed to replace the Toy Story parking lot.
Yeah.
And it will be closer than Mickey and Friends. So if you can't walk to Mickey and Friends, this will be ideal for you. But most people, everybody, back in the pandemic days when we had to walk to the park, you either walked it or you did it on your scooter. And everybody lived to do it. And people are like, oh, this is going to be so far. It's like, come on, man. Sometimes I walk over to that McDonald's just to eat a cheaper lunch and get out of all the craziness of Disneyland.
Yeah. Well, and I don't really get the whole, and I get it. People with disabilities, I'm putting that in a whole different category. That's different.
That's a different category.
Yeah, I totally understand that. But like the whole like walking thing, oh, I don't want to walk across harbor. It's like, but you're going to be at the park walking all day.
All day.
Anyway. Yeah, like I don't understand. Like, I mean, the park is 100 acres, like, and that's not even including DCA. So you're walking all day. So what's the walk over harbor going to do?
I mean, the way that they manage those dumb buses, the bus like takes you up to where security's at. You're like, oh man, we're right at security. And then the bus takes you back to the very end. And like the bus, for whatever reason, the buses drop you off as far away from the gate as possible. Like in that horseshoe, the bus is designed to go as far as possible because they want to pull the next bus in. So like you're literally saving the distance of walking the length of the Hyperion Theater to the Walt statue. That's the distance that this is gonna like add. So, but people just like, I don't know, maybe the monorail will run out of the parks and go to my house and pick me up and bring me back around. So, yeah, I was not surprised. Here's the thing about the art buses going away. Wasn't surprised it was happening. Was surprised it was happening so soon.
Yeah. No, it came as a shock. Absolutely.
Well, it's interesting that this is all like going in step by step, because a lot of people, we're talking about, Bricky, and maybe you can clarify this as well, that Disney was not going to start on the Eastern Gateway project until after the Run Disney event. But now that that's over, and now that we got this announcement about the buses going away, could we possibly see active construction start pretty soon in that cast member parking area?
Parking or construction normally starts at the beginning of quarters because that's when budgets get released. Sure. So I would say we keep a look on the parking lot for the beginning of each of the first quarters. And if we don't see it happen until October, which is when they get their money for the next year, that is a bad indication that they put it off a year. And if they put it off a year, because keep in mind, the parking garage, Avatar, and whatever happens to Toy Story, that's a tile game. You got to move one tile before you can move the next tile.
Sure.
And we all know that Monsters Inc., I think they said it's closing, is it March 11th or March 18th or something like that when Monsters Inc.'s going down. So that is the first indication of a tile that's moving, but we'll have to keep an eye on it because all of those projects are tethered into each other. And the worst thing would be is they shut down Monsters Inc., but then don't start on the parking garage or any of this other stuff for like a year plus. And that it would literally be like, oh, we just wanted to use the animatronics, so deal with it.
Wow.
Because like, even though I'm not the Monsters Inc. ride's okay, but it's really important to families trying to find a thing for young kids to do at that park. And so taking that out and putting an Avatar attraction in there is kind of already like, well, then that means that Coco gets us back to net positive, or not net positive, but just kind of like even. So if Monsters Inc. goes down and we don't see any movement, then that's kind of like the park's getting smaller than bigger.
Yeah. Right. Makes sense.
No, unfortunately, yeah. And DCA they need more family stuff in that park for sure.
Yeah.
They do.
And the two Avengers rides ain't gonna do that. I mean, that Kuka arm thing, I won't even go on that. I don't know.
I'm having my second thoughts about that one. Literally.
Yeah. We'll see.
I don't know if I want to be on the vomit arm.
Hey guys, Tony needs you to train.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Or after I get a concussion.
Right.
All right. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too thrilled on that one, but hopefully the other one seems like a Transformers-y kind of ride. I mean, I don't know. But
the way I've heard it explained is it's going to be pretty much like the Peter Pan attraction that opened up in Disney's in Fantasy Springs. And from what I've heard from everybody who's rode that Peter Pan attraction in Fantasy Springs, that it's really, really awesome. And if you don't mind spoilers, if you watch a Fantasy Springs POV and you really focus on what you're watching, you'll notice that there's a lot of real world sets and the screens are inside of them. But the way that the vehicle seamlessly goes from like location to location, set to set, there is some real Disney magic that's happening there that's a little bit hard to see on a POV. But if you watch it and you think about what's happening while you're watching it, just not what you're seeing, you're like, oh, there's some Disney magic in that attraction.
Interesting.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, wow. That's in Tokyo, or where was that?
Tokyo.
Yeah. I don't know where a place is at until I've been there. My brain can't figure that part out.
Oh man.
So their future plans for Disneyland Forward and what they were projecting they were going to build in the Toy Story parking lot. They showed us something.
I'm not quick on the button, so hold on. But go ahead. I'll get back to that image.
So there was a part of the video that, due to wind gusts, that I couldn't put in the video.
Okay.
And what I'm seeing here is they're not going to build, like, because some people are so literal. I'm not saying they're going to build these exact buildings in these spaces. I'm saying that this concept artwork is more realistic than what you think, because it's based off of things they've done in the past and how it could work in this location. I'm not saying this is the dead blueprint, but if they were to do something like this, I'm using each of these locations as an example of what they're thinking about. So it will massage and go 1,000 different ways. But where they were at when they were proposing Disneyland Forward and not talking to the media, but talking to Governor Newsom or talking to the mayor of Anaheim, what they were talking about is like, hey, this is what we're going to do, and this is how it could work. So this is a breakdown on what we have and what it could be. So people are like, I don't know, man, you're saying that's going to be like a pavilion. That looks like a Hampton Inn. Well, they're disguising it as hotels and entertainment and all that stuff. But when you really think about it, like, why would Disney build this many hotels and this much shopping in a place where there's already a lot of hotels and a lot of shopping? So I'm telling you, there is more there in this concept artwork than what people realized. And if this is what they're thinking about, I'm breaking down for you what these are mapping out a potential that they're obviously not going to show us yet. And OG, you definitely got that vibe when you were breaking this down of like, yeah, this isn't what they're doing. This is what they think they're doing. Now, I know that your heart doesn't want to be open to a Westcott, but
I hope we get it. Yeah,
I know, because you don't want to get your heart broken.
Yeah.
But think about it. We studied Disneyland's past so we can predict the future. What park have they made in the past, or what part of a park have they made in the past that fits here? What does this look like that they've made in the past? And keep in mind, this is only half of the park, because they're gonna buy the Garden Walk, because the Garden Walk connects it all.
Yeah.
So if Garden Walk is your future world, this is your world showcase. This is Westcott. They're not going to build an Animal Kingdom. They couldn't do it. They've already built a Hollywood Studios. This is that, because they're not going to build something different, because they're not going to spend that kind of money, that kind of research on the third park at Disneyland. They're not going to do it. And Abu Dhabi is indoors. What is this park going to have? Lots of indoor stuff.
That's true.
So the Saudis oil money is going to pay for our attractions on the West Coast.
Let's go. I love that. And I hope, from your lips to God's ears, Bricky, if we get Westcott, I will be the happiest OG ever. I am so sad that Eisner just completely dropped that whole thing, because I think it was an amazing park. I mean, even for those of you at home that don't even know, like, it didn't have a train that went around the park. It had a boat ride, which I thought was genius.
The boat ride was something like 30 minutes long and was going to be the longest Disney attraction that they ever made. Yeah, and the boat would literally not only be a ride, but it would be transportation that got you around the pavilions. And there were going to be 24-hour spaces in that park where you could literally check yourself into a hotel, zoned areas, kind of like what they did with Celestial Park at Epic Universe, where if you're staying in that hotel, you could go out on the Grand Garden Way or on your patio or whatever at 4 a.m. and watch it all go by if you wanted to.
Wow.
I'm telling you. Hey, Tommy, I mean, one day, dude, I'll send you all the material. I mean, Westcott was the GOAT, man. The GOAT.
Oh, yeah, I need to hear, man. Dude, you've been talking about it forever, bro. I know.
Oh, bro. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
I hope it comes, man.
We're we're gonna build an OG studio in that park if it happens.
There we go. That's where we're gonna film. Exactly.
We have
We'll
to.
talk. We'll talk to CEO Josh Giamaro to make it happen for us.
But
So maybe to save time because it's gotten late and stuff. Like you guys have seen the video.
yeah.
You know my theories. Like let's just go Q&A. Like
Yeah, let's
like
talk about it.
That's
like
good.
let's get like Tommy. Like let it play muted and then or I'm sorry, theme park conductor. Play it muted and then when it hits the big view, just pause it so we can be little so people can kind of look at the map so we can have the numbers. At some point I'll show the big map and then we can just kind of walk through and do like a kind of a Q&A and you guys can ask me like what I'm seeing and I'll tell you and kind of here we go. Perfect. This is basically the whole map. So yeah, let's roll. What are you guys thinking?
Okay, so this is my thoughts on this, right? I think that you're absolutely spot on, Bricky, with the design or layout of this park is going to have to be like this because of what you were saying. It bumps up against a lot of stuff, residential, all that good stuff. You're going to have a berm, so to speak. The show buildings will act as that berm. So I think that's 100% correct. Also, I do think there is a huge financial incentive for a Westcott style park because Disney loves festivals, and the key holders would go crazy for a drink around the world park.
Yes.
That would be big money, probably maybe even bigger money out here in California than over there in Florida. I mean, I'm not even underestimating the drinking culture with the key holders would be insane. So I think that would be a huge thing. My only fear with Westcott, now for me, I would put Westcott in here tomorrow. My only fear with Disney though is I feel Disney is so IP obsessed. I'm afraid we're gonna get like a IP park where it's like Arundel's Utopia, Marvel Land, or Wakanda. Like I'm afraid we're gonna get that. I hope we get the Westcott model with the continents with some IP sprinkled in. I just don't trust Disney to do that. I don't know. Am I off base for that, Bricky? What do you think?
I mean, you're not off base because like the other comparable to this is the Walt Disney Studio Park in Paris where they put the body of water in and it's just going to be like, oh, Lion King, Frozen. So they're just kind of, dropping the IPs in and strangely pulled out Star Wars. So I feel like that is a very valid concern. Maybe they will go IP, maybe they won't. The best thing about going the Westcott route though is that it does sell more food, more drinks, more festivals because you're going through different territories and different sections. And there is kind of enough IP where if there's an African pavilion, you do put in a Jungle Cruise thing, It does get kind of weird with things like Zootopia, which doesn't really have a real world anchor, but they need to leave something for the theme park lands that will be on the backside of DCA and Disneyland. So I think that, you could see an Arundel here that would wrap around into, the next zone that they go through. But something to keep in mind is behind 7 and 8, I will bet anything on it. Those locations sell because behind 7 and 8 are sort of, mid to lower level apartment buildings and houses. It's nobody's forever home. And those construction sites, what was built there, to me says white guy with a lot of money goes, you know what? Land next to Disney. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to build some middle tier housing and poor people will pay off my loan. And then eventually Disney will give me life-changing money. And I fully believe, because I've taken a walk around this, I've looked at all the properties, like you don't build something like that next to a Disney property unless you want it to be sold. Like if they were like, high end, like real quality, and I'm not saying anything bad about the people that live there. We all need a place to live. And obviously in every scenario, poor people always get screwed. So that's just a given in any type of scenario. But when you look at the housing that's there, behind 7 and 8, that gets bought. And they know this. That's why the fake parking garage 12 is next to 7 and 8. And that's also why 7 and 8 are the two biggest structures, because that's going to take you in to something that's truly massive. Now 9 is sitting next to 11. 9 and 11, that becomes backstage. That also something big. 10 and 11, that also becomes something big. 1 is bullshit. That is going to be the bridge that gets you over from the garden walk into that. Little Boy Blue, waiting to go. Little Boy Green, you could buy that hotel tomorrow. Also, the Riviera, that's a place that, like, I don't even know if you'd want to let your head hit the pillow. That's a place like when I was in the band, we go on tour, you take your t-shirt off and you put it over the pillow and you put your head on your t-shirt because you're sketched out by the pillow. So that sells as well. Who's probably not going to sell are the corporate hotels that knew exactly what they were buying when they bought it. This corner building where there's the CVS and the Starbucks, that probably won't sell, but that's fine. So really the idea is, yeah, there's going to be IP in here. They're not going to just make England for the sake of making England, but maybe they make England with the Mary Poppins attraction that we've all wanted, you know? But what this does do is, think about it. Water reduces sound. A park where people are kind of going around in a circle and going to lots of different booths. It's a fun activity. It caters to locals, which is largely our audience, but also caters to, travelers that want to come during a music festival or whatever. But the donut shape, you're the furthest possible from the noisy streets. You're the furthest possible from any residents that live there or hotels that are there. So you've created a cone of silence. And then on the inside of that silence, if people are walking around doing indoor attractions, doing smaller attractions that are outdoors, that kind of vibe, it totally plays to the space. This section of the park is zoned to have one icon, which I believe can be up to 220, 180 feet tall, which is taller than the Matterhorn. The other parks are now zoned to where they could put something that is 300 feet tall, which is twice the size of the Matterhorn. So they have thought about sight lines and what they can do, but they're going to donut in. So the nucleus of this park will be exciting. You'll go through a shopping breezeway. You'll go over to the garden walk, which is the other park that will be more attraction heavy, because its only neighbor is a fire station, a JP Marriott hotel, which knows exactly what they did. That's why they built the premium suites looking into this parking lot. And on the other side is the Anaheim hotel that's already themed like Disneyland. They're like, stack them up, baby. We're in the right spot. We're closer to this than the Disneyland hotel. Let's go, baby. So nobody's going to push back there. There's a giant UFC gym that nobody's using. There's a field next to that nobody's claiming. So essentially, that area right there is theme park. And guess what's straight across from it? The parking garage. You come off 5, you go into the new parking garage called Bricky and Friends. And when you're at Bricky and Friends, you decide, what do I want to do today? Do I want to go to Westcott? I'm not saying that'll be the name, but that's what we're calling it for now. Do I want to go to Westcott, or do I want to go over this way and go to DC and Disneyland? And guess what? Your little heart can do all 3 in one day.
Yeah.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Well, and you bring up a great point too with Abu Dhabi, right? Because that park, a lot of that park, they said, is going to be indoors. You can incorporate a lot of that R&D into this park. I never considered that, but it's a fantastic point. And you're going to need that. You can also, because you're going to have to make a great use of space, you can even incorporate kind of what Disneyland Paris we saw in your video earlier with the hotel.
Yeah.
As the entranceway into the new park. You can build a brand new hotel that leads into this brand new park. It acts as a berm, kind of, right? And
100%.
Yeah, you get more hotel occupancy. You kill three birds with one stone. It's crazy.
When we hit that image again, you hit pause, and I'll hit pause real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you see there in front of the parking lot, lower the parking lot, that is the garden walk. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through it from the bottom of your screen, moving towards the parking lot, right? So you're at the bottom of your screen, going towards the parking lot. So on the right there, that's where the House of Blues is. That's where the garden walk actually is. To the left, you're too far to the right. You got to go down. You got to go down a little bit. Yeah. Now you're in the spot. All right. So that dirt patch over to the left of where you're at right now.
Yeah.
That dirt patch is completely open. On the other side of that is a fire station. And then the top left corner is that JP Marriott. That JP Marriott's going to stay. They're not going to move. They've built everything the right way. But everything else in there can become theme park. Now, look over to the far right of your screen, because guess what you see? Where the House of Blues is lines up with none other than the Tower of Terror Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. And now where's the back of this park line up? With the back of Cars Land. So you're talking about something that is basically the length of DCA that is your grand entryway.
Wow.
Okay? So if you think about where Tower of Terror starts and where the back of Cars Radiator Racers is, which is basically the back of the pier, that's like 2/3 the length of DCA. So you have that as your entryway. So do a little road that kind of snakes over. You do your big, like, you know, whatever your central thing is. You do some rides. But here's what's different with Disneyland 4 that nobody understands is that you can stack, baby. You can stack. We'll park them cars under the resort. We'll put operations under the resort. We'll put the attractions and everything on the ground level because that's where the people are, the restaurants, the shopping, the attractions. But guess what's on top of that? Your hotel room. So at the end of the night, you look down and go, Mama, we was just there riding that today, making memories that I love. And Dad goes, yes. And our car is parked underneath where we're at. We are living a vertical lifestyle thanks to Disneyland Forward. So the hotels, Disney's not going to do that. They're going to build a hotel. They will build a hotel. And the hotel will be a part of the charm because the hotel is the berm, like young Padawan OG spotted out. And they're going to create the space and sightlines they need with these hotel rooms and charge you a fortune. So expensive to stay at the new park because you're right on the edge of the new park. So if they don't do this, it's insane. If they do this, it's the most logical step ever. And people go, they should have bought Garden Walk when they had the chance. Oh, why? Why? So they could have managed it for the last 3 years. Like you should have bought tuition for your kid when it was a baby because tuition was cheap then. Well, my kid can't go to college until it's 30 or 20 or wherever kids go to college. Oh, but you should have bought it when it was a baby because Harvard was cheaper when your kid was a baby, but it couldn't go. Exactly, stupid. Exactly. They didn't buy it because they didn't need it. Why would they do the upkeep on it? It's not a deal if you got to babysit it for 3 decades and pay taxes. And Disney bought Garden Walk and they did nothing with it. Garden Walk is like right now. People are like, I don't know who owns it. It's wild. It's probably Disney. It's probably a shell corporation.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, Bricky, I love that, and you're right. A lot of people though that make those those comments, they couldn't manage a Dairy Queen, but they're trying to tell Disney how to do the whole chessboard. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Well, the other thing too is a lot of people were saying, "Oh, it's just going to be a shopping district." It's not going to be a shopping district. Brick and mortar is dying on the vine. Okay, we have the OC Vibe over there by the Honda Center, right? Coming very soon. We have already Garden Walk and we have Downtown Disney. They're not going to build another mall in that mix when all these retail. Dude, the Westminster Mall in OC just went out. It's shut down. Brick and mortar,
and it already looks like a war zone.
It does.
It does.
It happened overnight.
Yeah,
scary.
Yeah, they're not going to build another mall. They're just not.
Yeah, it was like a mall on Saturday and Palestine on Sunday. Like it happened so fast. It's insane.
It's crazy. Well, but the concept art shows them all. But they're not going to spook the city. Look, this art was made to sell the city on Disneyland Forward. They're not going to freak out the residents with, we're going to put a park here too. Can you imagine the pushback they would have got if they would have led with that? Of course, they're not going to admit that.
The reason why we don't have Westcott is because they ran the concept artwork in the newspaper, and people go, that new Disneyland like Hollywood Bowl thing you're building, that's where my business is. Like people saw it and they're like, what? And that pushback made it not happen. So this is a very like low stakes, and they weren't lying. Shopping and entertainment district. How would you describe World Showcase? I would describe it as a themed shopping and entertainment district. That's exactly what this is. So they didn't lie. It's like, well, I mean, you didn't ask me where I was last night. I just didn't tell you where I was last night. Like they're playing that whole charade with the public. But yeah, I mean, full on Rager theme park here doesn't work. They're not going to make a park just with all the Fox properties because like they're not getting more Fox properties. Dude, just go lay in the bed that I bought you.
He wants to say hi. He's curious. He's curious.
He is big time Westcott curious.
That.
But yeah, Westcat. It's the Westcat. That's the great name for him. But yeah, anyways, that's my theory. You know, it's fun to speculate on. It seems so natural that I can't think of anything else, you know. And once you start thinking about it this way, it's like anything else would be a missed opportunity unless they have something like really, really great up their sleeves. But if we study the past to predict the future, this is the most logical step. And when you add in, you know, the fact that the Saudis are going to be paying for a lot of indoor stuff, that timeline, because if they're designing that, if Bob Iger's walking the beaches right now, they've already given them a loose pitch on what they're doing. So they're already kind of like, hey, you know, you guys want to do this? We'll do this. You get a 10-year exclusive deal. 10 years lines up with this. You know, like when I mapped out that basically Arendelle fits perfectly outside of the Disneyland hotel, I'm like, dude.
I saw that.
They sold this to them like, hey, this is what you should build. Just happens to perfectly align with where we need it to be back home. You know, that's how I would run a business. You know what I mean? Like, think about the new Disney business model is like all these all these international theme park developers pay Disney to do their research and development.
And Disney's acting like a real estate agent, renting the IP out and
100%
rewards.
Cha-ching. And think about it this way. When they do build something in the US, it's already been paid for. The research and development was paid for by, you know, one of the Asian parks or now the Saudis. Or is it the Saudis? I don't know. I don't know enough about that area. I don't know. Whatever. Paid for by, I don't know. Can you say Arab? Is that bad? I don't know. Paid for by people that live in, who knows what you can say. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I'm also not that bright. So it'd be paid for by the people of Abu Dhabi. So therefore, you have these international park developers that have paid for your research and development, which is the most expensive part of kind of everything. Then they build the park, they build the ride once. It's always easier to do something the second time because you know the pitfalls of what you missed out on the first time, the best way, most efficient way to do it. And then you have the greatest thing ever. Was it successful or not? So you only replicate the winners. You don't replicate the losers.
Right.
So basically anything that they build that already was paid for and tested inside of one of the international parks is a win, is a win, is a win. So the way that I see it, and they're dumb if they're not doing it this way. Basically, you look at the international parks, you look at the future of the domestic parks. And that's basically what we're seeing with all the new rides. They all have some sort of, you know, part to them that traces back to international. Avatar, Shanghai, the Coco boat ride. I'm assuming similar animatronics and stuff that they figured out with Beauty and the Beast, and now with the Rapunzel, the chick with the long hair ride. When you look at the Avengers e-ticket, they got rid of the new idea for the America and they went with repurposing what they did in Fantasy Springs. The Kuka arm thing, that just fell off the back of a truck.
Pretty much. Well, okay, Bricky, let me ask you this. Okay, so we got word today that I think it was Kelsey, the online predicting website, whatever, is giving Josh D'Amaro a 97% chance of being the CEO. And we're supposedly going to get this new CEO announcement very soon, maybe tomorrow at the earnings call. We'll see. But what I want to ask you is, a lot of times these executives, when they become the CEO, they want to put their stamp on things very fast. We saw it with Bob Iger. He bought Pixar. He brought Oswald back. He was making his impact very early on, making his presence known. Is there a chance our boy Josh D'Amaro swings for the fences and in the first year or two of his CEO-ship announces a third gate for California? Or do you think, are we a little too early for that?
I think we're a little bit too early for that. I think when he does the next D23, he will want to like keep that same rhythm of the last one that he did with Disney Horizons. I don't think they'll say the park yet. I mean, the next D23 is already this year.
Right.
So I think it would at least be 2 to 4 years before they would announce this, because they haven't even started on the parking garage yet, and they can't really, and the way that I see this is like at least 10 years or so away, because probably the stuff that the Saudis are paying, or the Dubai people are paying for, they need to give them an exclusivity on that before it can come domestic wide, right? So like this park really relies on things already kind of passing through the international parks. But I would say this, forgive me for not knowing her name. Is her name Dana, the woman that is up against Josh?
Yeah, Dana Walden.
Oh, no, Waller.
I would put Dana in charge, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
I would put Dana in charge because she understands the entertainment industry, and Josh understands the theme park industry. And so if you put somebody who's in charge of entertainment over the entire company, she can basically oversee Disney Plus, Disney Studios, Lucas, and all that stuff. She can basically run the entertainment vision of the company. And Josh can stay right where he's at, being an expert on theme parks, and run Disney parks and experiences. If Josh goes up to the Iger seat, then somebody has to go in Josh's seat. And that will be the person that's actually running the Disney parks. Like Iger goes, build some stuff. They show him some sketches and he goes, this, and this. And then he moves on down the road. He doesn't give it the attention for detail. If they lose Dana, because if Dana doesn't get it, she could easily walk and go to any other studio. If they lose Josh, where does he go? Like Josh has no leverage here. Josh has a job that only exists at Disney.
Or Universal, but they don't need
Universal.
Yeah.
But what is his track record? Why would Universal, like it? Where have we seen him be like the creative genius behind Disney's growth when most people think that they're kind of in one of their ruts? So Dana can instantly leave and go to any other studio in town. And I also would say this, to be a woman to get that far in this business, she's probably worked twice as hard and is twice as savvy as a good-looking, handsome guy who probably got a couple of free passes along the way. But that's putting sociopolitics into things. But I would 100% put Dana, because Josh isn't going anywhere. And Josh does have a beat on the parks and does have a beat on the cruise line. And I could almost see them being like, Dana runs entertainment, Josh runs experiences, and not totally a co-CEO, but Josh would gain a lot more power because Dana would be like, I trust you. You run this like you're the president of a secondary business, and I run the entertainment like I'm the president of this business. And so not a total co-CEO, but there needs to be a firewall in there, because just because you can run theme parks doesn't mean you can run entertainment. And just because you can do entertainment doesn't mean you can do theme parks. The problem with Disney is it's become so many different companies that they've bought and acquired. It's so many different cultures trying to exist as one culture. So the best thing they could do is put a firewall between these two sections of the company. So I personally would bet on Dana.
Well, let me ask you this, Bricky, because I got two questions for you. The first question is on what you just mentioned, because when Chapek got announced as a CEO, one of his first acts was to get rid of the president's role at the Walt Disney Company. So you're saying that Dana would become the CEO and the president's role would be reactivated, and Josh would move from his current position, but still doing the same thing, but he would be now the president of the Walt Disney Company, still handling the same thing he's doing now.
Possibly. I mean, I don't know if they would restructure it like that, but I just think that Josh doesn't have leverage.
No,
and
he doesn't.
I think because like what he does is impressive, but that's way different than doing the entertainment thing. And I saw somewhere over in the chat that's like both Eisner and Iger came up from entertainment. Maybe a change of direction is needed. But here's the thing. These people that are hardened in the way the entertainment industry works, they're going to have a hard time working with the theme park guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's from the same orchard, but it's not the same tree. You know what I mean? Like it's a very different way of looking at things.
Well, and Bricky, the other thing too that worries me about Josh is that you're right. The studio side is completely new to him. And you can train somebody all you want, but it never replaces like years and years of experience. And the thing is that right now, especially maybe 20 years ago, you could have got away with a theme park person running all of Disney. But right now you have AI, which is changing everything. You have streaming, which continues to change everything. And you have Netflix probably buying Warner Brothers, which will also change Hollywood significantly. You have a lot going on the studio side. Then you're going to have a theme park person go in there and be like, hey, I'm going to run it now. I mean, look, I'm not doubting Josh. He might do a great job doing that, but I would be lying, and I've been saying it for a long time, if that didn't make me nervous. It does make me nervous.
I think Josh has gotten by for a long time on being handsome and being charming. And I think he's gotten a pass when people like Chapek were socially awkward and weird. And Iger was like the guy that had been around for a while and just kind of looks like a business guy. Like people do put a lot into like casting people and making a judgment off of that. And so Joshua shows him and goes, hey, I don't have to tell you guys, I got the best job in the world. And here at Disney, we do all this stuff. And it's like, but what have you done, Josh? What are your 5 benchmark projects that you oversaw and greenlit? Like, what is the thing that you left behind that changed Disneyland forever? And as you have been in charge of parks and experiences, what's the big thing you've done other than double the size of cruise ships? Like, what is his big accomplishment? Think about it this way. Entertainment is very like volatile. It's up and it's down. It's up, it's down. So if she runs that part of the business and Josh just keeps running theme parks, business as usual, you got a guy that knows theme parks and experiences, which means it's going to keep making the same kind of money, which means that money funnels over to Dana, who's running the most volatile part of the business, which is also a big part of the business. So I think that is the structure. If Josh does go into first place, then somebody will have to run the parks. And I bet if Josh does get it, she walks, unless they've given her an unbelievable package and some sort of like, co-leadership deal. If for a scenario, if Josh is running the company and she walks, get ready for that stock to hit the shedder.
Yeah.
Because you got somebody who hasn't been a part, as far as I'm aware of, is the entertainment side of the business. You'll have somebody new running the theme park side of the business, and you will lost the brain trust of the entertainment part of the business. So that's how I'm looking at it. That might not be popular because a lot of people, I think, are very unfair to female CEOs. But that's how I'm seeing it. If you really think about what's the best play.
Well, and speaking of being unfair, and this is slightly controversial, but it's okay. There is a narrative out there with Dana, I think, that is very unfair, that she has an agenda, a political agenda, right? And she can't get out of her own way when it comes to that. And I have to push back on that really hard. I'm not saying there's not executives out there that have that problem. Absolutely there are. Dana is a progressive, and she worked with Rupert Murdoch over at Fox. That's how Disney got her over, was the Fox acquisition. Rupert Murdoch is not a progressive.
No.
No, I mean, no. And she worked just fine with him. And he had nothing but great things to say about her. She can work with people that don't agree with her politically. And I see a lot of content out there saying, oh yeah, she's woke and this, that, and the other, but it didn't affect her at Fox.
But keep in mind, somebody like Rupert Murdoch isn't necessarily conservative. He is a capitalist. He's in it for him. So if he would have saw you like, you know what nobody's doing? A 24-hour liberal media channel. Like he would have went whichever way the wind went, because that guy was like, he basically was Vince McMahon, and he saw a hole in the market and he filled it. And if you don't think that news station is the same as watching wrestling, like it is all designed to create outrage, because outrage is clicks. It keeps you watching longer. So, when these type of people, you may think you know their politics, but at the end of the day, what they're really in for is in for themselves. I mean, Donald Trump was a lifelong Democrat, but he saw an opportunity for him and his family to become generationally wealthy to play the Republican role for a while. So when you're looking at people at these levels, their politics, everything about them is like personal perseverance. You only get this far if you have the ability to think about yourself. So think about this. When you're driving your car and the dude in the really expensive car like cuts you off and does all these insane moves, you go, that's why he drives that car, because he doesn't give a fuck about anybody else but himself. And that's why my man's got that car. Now, the rest of us, we slow down a little bit. We have a little bit of empathy. We don't need to like make nothing but enemies so that we raise ourselves up. And that's how we all live somewhere in the middle. But those that go to the tippy top, you have to have either an amazing amount of wealth when you started life, unbelievable luck, or an attitude of like me first and then everybody else. So I think that there's a part of that too, where these people will be in bed with whoever will advance where they need to go.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. I was a Bernie bro. I got to be honest. In 2016, I was a big Bernie bro. That was my guy. And Bob Iger, who people say is so woke and so this and that, he used to fight with Bernie constantly. I remember those battles, you know, the public battles, and I'm like, and you know, and it's like that kind of proves your point, Bricky, where it's like people think they know these people's politics, but he was fighting with Bernie back in 2016. Now he's fighting with Trump. It seems like they're all part of the Green Party at the end of the day, if you know what I mean.
I mean, the thing is too, is it's like, but like you know, not getting into politics, but like the middle has changed so much.
Yeah.
What used to be conservative would almost be liberal by today's standards. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, I don't want to go too far down this road, but like the whole game has changed basically, you know? And so, but you know, here's another thing, like, in the first time around when Donald Trump was a president, nobody wanted to stand too close to him. The second time around, tech, entertainment industry, they all went over and kissed the ring. Because they're like, if you placate to this guy, he'll just give you a free pass to do whatever you want to. So, I mean, even in the last year, we've seen so much change and so many different alliances form. And these alliances all form under, you know, self-preservation. What can you do for me today? And what you said, you know, a decade ago, that doesn't matter. I mean, that's literally why, you know, at the end of January 6th, there's footage of all these people like, I'm done. This is it. I can't do this anymore. And all of those people are right back. Like they don't care. Like they do these debates and little Marco this and little Marco that. Look how little he is and all this stuff. And then, you know, like Ted Cruz, your dad killed JFK and I'm saying horrible shit about your wife. And now he's in, like, they don't care. They have no loyalty other than to themselves. So you can't really judge the game that way because they're all like liberals, the Democrats, conservatives, Republicans, if they're at that level, they're all full of shit. You can't believe any of them.
Yeah. No, well said. Mic drop. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we don't want to stoop to Marco Rubio's level because I don't want to be 2'3", you know?
So Brecky, I have one more question because you mentioned about, you know, the third gate. You mentioned that we might not see any type of activity, possibly, if I understand you correctly, for about 10 years. Okay. If that's pretty accurate, can we see lands, attractions, areas at the Disneyland Resort that desperately need help, that the infrastructure is already there, but has been ignored for quite some time? And I think you know where I'm pivoting to.
Oh, yeah. So this is the way that I see it all going. I wish I had my new setup to where I could go over to my whiteboard and pop that up on the screen, working on that. This is where I see it all going. So parking garage, 3 years.
Sure.
Okay. So parking garage, 3 years, Avatar, 5 years. In that time, you know, probably we would see the Dubai park open up, I would say probably in like 5 to 7 years. We'll probably see a second park in Shanghai get announced and get going. That's probably 5 or 7 years. So really what I'm thinking is that realistically, once these other IP things have been built and there's like enough like new stuff in the works and they have the bandwidth, that you would see a third gate at Disneyland. So to answer your question, is it going to be like Avatar, two Avengers attractions and a Coco and then nothing for 10 years? Absolutely not. I think that probably if we're looking at it right, Tomorrowland announcement or something significant inside of the two existing parks is probably 5 or 6 years away from being announced, because that would like if they announce it in like, let's say they announce something in like 5 or 6 years that's huge inside of the parks,
Sure.
that wraps up, that brings people in, and then they're like, hey, we're starting the third park. So if you kind of think about it like Lego, or like however you want to, whatever you build with mentally in your brain, that's kind of the progression I see of them doing this. And I wouldn't expect anything major in Disneyland until these big DCA projects get done. And you wouldn't expect anything big until the parking garage gets done, because it always starts with parking. Parking is always the first thing they build, because they only build stuff to raise capacity. And the reason why they denied that $600 million for Tomorrowland is because it wasn't going to raise the capacity. And that's a good thing. You don't want them putting $600 million into fixing what we already have. You want them to wait and go, we'll wait till we have $1.2 billion to do the whole land, so we can give you new stuff and increase capacity.
Yeah, and that makes sense, because after watching multiple videos that you've done about Tomorrowland, it's not literally you just take a wrecking ball of these buildings and then you start, you level and you start building. You know, the way I'm seeing it, from how you described it, there's a lot more underground stuff that is something they have to also factor in as well.
Big time. I mean, they only have so much land left, and they're going to really use it the way that they can. And so, like, you know, when you look at the ESPN zone, for example, they put a modest amount. I think the overall budget for that was like $1 million plus, maybe $2 or $3 million. They're like, we put $1 million something into this. We let this sit here for a decade plus. We put 4 tenants in it. We'll make our money back. We'll keep everything flowing, but we're not going to put so much money into it, because we know that we're going to have to rip that building out at some point if we put something over in the parking lot. You know, Rainforest Cafe, we'll put like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 into the Star Wars store, but we're not going to go beyond that, because that is going to be the monorail zone, either into a resort hotel or the monorail zone into the second stop inside of Disneyland. So when you look at the places that they spend a modest amount of money, you have to take that money and think, divide that money over how many years. And that's why they chose that investment.
No, absolutely.
Well, and Tomorrowland, honestly, like, I mean, from a normie perspective, if you're looking at like the normies, they still love it. The land is packed. You know, so I could see why Disney has been like, hey, you know what? We'll wait on this, because the land's packed. I mean, Buzz Lightyear, Space Mountain, Star Tours, they all pack them in.
I mean, they pack them in and it makes money, you know, and it will do that for a while, and they don't care how rough it looks, because it's still making money. What they need, though, is something that will make more money. Yeah. And if you take that same parcel of land and you cut it up differently, you also add in the Utopia and the sub area. Please keep the lagoon, but get rid of the subs. When you add all that in, there's the availability of like, oh, we can put a lot more people in here and we can make a lot more money. And with Disneyland Forward, where this gives them more flexibility, is a lot of the backstage space. They can crater all that out. They can go down as low as you're allowed to go in California. They can literally build an underground layer, like what exists below downtown Disney. They can create an underground layer of operations, shipping and receiving, food distribution, and all that stuff, you know, 1 to 2 stories or a warehouse underground. Then when they build Tomorrowland again, it's bigger, because it only needs the access road and not all the backstage spaces.
Yeah.
And,
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I never stopped.
I was just going to say, so they're going to envision it like you talked about in one of your videos again a while back about the Magic Kingdom and the utilidors. That's the direction they want to go.
I think they'll have to go that direction, because they need to make Tomorrowland bigger to raise the capacity.
Sure.
So that means getting rid of backstage space, but it also means designing smarter. And they also have to be worried about sight lines because of Anaheim. So if you crater everything down and you go down whatever you're allowed to go down, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 stories, who knows, that gives you the availability to, you know, they will not build Tron. I even hate saying it, but it gives you the availability to make something like Tron, or a physically bigger Space Mountain, but doesn't tower over the Matterhorn and Sleeping Beauty Castle. And then, you know, if they get into tearing all that stuff out, the Matterhorn might get ripped out too. it might get rebuilt back because that thing is struggling to keep alive. It's built on now 70-year-old technology. It takes a beating every single day with 2 different tracks. Having a Yeti in it doesn't help out. And if they decide to like take all that out, that they might expand the zone and rebuild a bigger mountain, because now they're allowed to go twice as high in that area. So, it's a really exciting parcel of land because it's connected to so many things that don't work. And the reason why they haven't rushed to do something with the motorboat area or rushed to do something with the Carousel of Progress building or rush to fix the Matterhorn or rush to fix Pixie Hollow, like they're literally waiting till they come up with the strategy for all of it before they touch any of it. Yeah. And so we'll just have to wait and see. And who knows, maybe if they do this all in a different way and there's underground, this, that, and the other, maybe International Street is back on the, maybe we go behind Main Street, baby.
There you go.
Hey, you never know.
Like, think about that. If they could double the length of Main Street USA and put an attraction back there, think about how much money Main Street USA makes. You double that, we getting paid.
Exactly.
Oh, gosh.
I love it.
Make it rain. But gentlemen, Bricky, I know you're kidding in the DMs when I set up the group chat yesterday, and you're like, my wife's out of town. We'll go 4 hours. Well, we're only 10 minutes away from 4 hours.
Yeah. Hey, we have to go to 4. We can't leave now. We have to go to 4.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, man, I got some questions that are light, man. Not super architectural or anything, but Bricky. So, man, your European trip. What'd you think of the merch at Disneyland Paris? Did you buy any hats, man? I know you're a hat guy. I am a big hat guy. Was there any DL Paris hats out there that you liked?
Dude, so I'm not really a merch guy, and Adam's just like, I'll tell you one thing, the merch here is horrible. I'm like, well, you're also like, like Adam loved Disney merch. And we went into a couple of the stores. I'm like, merch here is horrible. Like, I literally, I was going to buy something so I'd have a bag to put my camera equipment in it for my train ride home. I couldn't find a single thing to buy. Like, I wanted to get like a Disneyland Paris Christmas ornament, or I wanted to get Beth a little something because, she didn't go to the park with me. And I was just like, this is one of the worst. Like, they literally sell stuff they don't even make in those stores. Like, there was just like regular like scarves and gloves and stuff, Yeah, the merch game over there is weak, and so too is the food.
Oh no! Man,
yeah,
that was my next question, man. I was like, what did you eat? Did you book any reservations, or did you guys walk around? Just
now we ended so they have a system in other restaurants where you walk in and you order with a cast member, and then you get a receipt and you go sit at your table. So you go straight up, talk to somebody, you order everything, and you go get your table. And they won't let you in the restaurant until there's actually room for you to sit. So they like manage the seating, which is really, really cool. So we ate at their version of the Golden Horseshoe. Food wasn't that good. They never brought us our dessert, and I went and complained to the manager. And Adam's like, I want to go get on the Haunted Mansion. Like, he's like, if I want to buy, he's like, I got money. If I want an ice cream, I'll go buy an ice cream. I don't need to wait for this ice cream. I'm like, it's the point, dude. We paid for ice cream. We should get the damn ice cream. But one thing I would definitely recommend doing is you have to eat in Toad's Hall. So when they built their Fantasyland, they built the building that Toad existed in Disneyland. But they ran out of budget to make the ride, so they just turned it into a restaurant. So it's literally like eating inside of an attraction. And we got lucky, and we got in the window, and like Adam's like such a fanatic. He's just like, dude, we're right where the statue of Toad is. Like, and he like everybody else is just European, and they're eating. They're just looking at this 6'2" guy who's like, this would be right here. He's like walking around the restaurant, like, because it's literally like being in Toad's Hall. So I definitely recommend going there. And get this, no ice in the drinks.
What?
Wow.
Really?
Your Coke is your Coke is fountain cold, brother.
Wow.
Hey, that's wild. That's wild.
That must be a European thing, right? Or is that just a France thing?
We're learning this too, but they hate ice.
And then also you said Japan's coming up for you, man. You're doing it in 2026, you think?
I hope so. Whenever the main channel hits
that?
100,000, then I'm gonna
Yeah.
book a trip, and it just kind of depends on when that lens. We also have some, unfortunately, some stuff going on in our family, so I might have to like, hey, I booked it, but I booked it for this date. But yeah, like originally my plan was to go to Asia and try to knock them all out at once, and then I thought about it. I'm like, you know what though? You're stealing the joy of having two more amazing, because the planet's only so big and I want to see it all. So I think I've now changed my mind that I'd like to go over there, do Japan, do both of those parks. And then for another benchmark, but like now I'm going to Shanghai or now I'm going to Hong Kong. So I think I'd like to kind of like spread that out just to give my life more things to look forward to. Cause I'm in this for the long haul, which could
That's
be
smart.
week.
And then, dude, Japan, I'm going to force you without even being with you to go to Universal over there too, man.
Oh yeah.
That's lit. The Jurassic ride is crazy over there, I think, bro.
You know, I've been to Universal Studios here in Hollywood, and I've only ever I've rode Secret Lives of Pets and The Simpsons on the first time I went there. And my wife goes, "So you keep going to this park? Are you riding the rides?" I was like, "Oh no, I never thought about that."
How many times you do the tram, bro? You been on the tram?
I just did the tram the first time because it's a lot of time. But the second time I went, I got to do the tram path, but on a golf cart, which was really, really cool. And got to walk around and do some stuff on foot. And man, oh man, like getting to walk around that place and like really like soak in like how crazy it is when there's not people around you. You're like, this stuff looks real until you look at it and you're like, but it also looks like cardboard.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Sick, bro.
Yeah, I love
man. Maybe we could get you to go to Fan Fest, bro. It's not horror. We could be walking around the backstage, Scooby Doo, bro. I mean, I don't know how you feel, but we'll see around that time.
I've often said I don't have a lot of regrets in life, but if I could do my tattoos over again, I never would have got any color tattoos. I just would have got floating black tattoos like Robert De Niro in Cape Fear, because that's how you look the scariest. And I would have did one arm in all like American classic stuff, because that's the roots of tattooing, but all black and white or black and gray. And then I would did another arm, all black tattoos, but all Scooby-Doo villains.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like that's the moat monster and like all, and then I would have probably had a banner on the like top of my arms, like, and I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you.
That's great. I love it. I love it.
Fan Fest looks pretty cool, man. Like seeing everybody out there for Back to the Future and all that stuff, you know. That was pretty awesome. And wearing my 55 hat that I made for 1955, and then Adam wore all of his Back to the Future hats, and people were like, "Who is this guy? He's always wearing Adam's hat." I'm like, well, Adam was wearing my hat. What are you gonna do? He's way bigger than I am. So yeah, we'll look at it that way.
Oh my
That's
God,
fantastic. That's fantastic.
No, that's awesome. That really is.
One of you guys is going, or some of you guys are going to the 70th After Dark party at Disneyland, right?
Yes. So actually, I am. I'm going with George. This is how crazy we are. So me and him are going on the 3rd.
Is that the first one?
Yes.
Okay.
It is the first one. And then literally hours later, about maybe 8 hours later, because I don't know how this resonates with you, but it's going to be interesting because I'm going to be on the West Coast at Disneyland. Think about this for a second, because Adam did this with one of his videos that we reacted to. And if the After Dark event ends at 1 p.m. or at least past midnight, okay, then 8 hours later, I jump on a plane. Now I'm in Orlando at Walt Disney World at 8 o'clock at night.
Nice.
You know.
Are you going to go straight into the park on your first day?
I don't know how he has it planned up, but hey, if he's tired and I have energy, I could promise you I'm going to do it. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do it.
Is George going with you to Walt Disney World too?
He is.
He's been several times though, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Has George done cruises by himself?
He's told me, yeah, he has.
Yeah, that's everybody wants to get me to get into cruises, and Beth is like, no, and I'm like, I don't know. I got to talk to George about going to a cruise solo. Like, what's that like? Like, do they just put you in the pedophile suite, or like how does that work?
Yeah,
yeah. The cruising is fun though. It really is a great.
You've done it before?
I've done not solo, but I've done it twice before. Yeah.
Yeah. I've kind of been thinking about like nobody really does the cruise from the design perspective.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Really
they do it from the cruise perspective, and or they do it from like the food and merch. So it might be interesting to do it from the design perspective. And guys like us have a low bar of entry because you can just drive down to San Diego and then you don't have to do like airfare in a hotel. Like you can just drive down there, park your car, get on the boat, and come back home in 3 days. So lower bar to entry for the first one.
Yeah, no, that's what I did for the first one. I did the Disney Wonder from San Diego to Cabo, and it was like 3 or 4 days or something like that. It was fantastic, dude. Yeah, do you know really great stuff? Yeah.
What boat were you on? One of the new ones or one of the old ones?
Older one, the Wonder. And then the next time I went on the Wish, and that one took us to Castaway Key and all that. So I've done the Wish and the Wonder.
And the Wish you had to go to the East Coast to get on, right?
East Coast, yeah. That's when I was at Walt Disney World. We did like the Disney World thing and the cruise thing.
Well, see, that's what George and I have planned, because we have a slew of stuff we're gonna do, a slew of stuff. So after this Orlando trip, he's trying to kind of, I don't know, work the schedule as I guess, to sit there and go back to Walt Disney World probably sometime in May or June of 27, possibly capture some footage and whatnot of Tropical Americas and that stuff. And after that, so we'll stay a week on Walt Disney World property and then go to Cape Canaveral and get on the Disney Treasure for a week.
Nice. I mean, I know the people that do it really, really enjoy it. And from what I hear from people, that's still where there's like that top tier level of Disney customer service and Disney experience. So, yeah, excited to see what you guys get up to. So it's going to be you two and George are going on this trip?
Yes. And
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome.
Now it's funny, Castaway Key, the sun hits different out there. I came back. I got to send you guys a video of like my first video back after the trip. And it was like Enrique Iglesias. Like I was so tan. It was hilarious. You guys will laugh so hard.
Tommy and I look out a window and we get a sunburn.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah.
This leprechaun look, baby. This leprechaun look. We're not made for the sun. No. You just like I will like step out of the boat and they're like, you got skin cancer.
Right. Even this artificial light, I'm like,
I know. All my lights, I'm doing what you're supposed to. My lights all point at the walls. Like if my light was actually on me, this is what it looks like. But you're supposed to reflect the light off of you. And that would just burn my, like, you know what? I always say this. This will be our ending thought of the night. When I talk about my complexion to people, especially, because you never see me wear shorts, right? So if you guys saw me at a swimming pool with no shirt on, and I always swim in a Speedo. So if you saw me at the swimming pool, this is exactly what you would think that I look like. You'd be like, you remember when E.T. got sick and they found him down at the creek, all chalky and white? That's just what I look like. I look like that dead version of E.T. when he was just like hanging on down at the creek. Like the saddest thing, most traumatic moment of my childhood was that chalky E.T. And every time I get out of the shower, I'm like, I look like chalky E.T.
Oh man. Well, that's better than Anakin on Mustafar, so I guess, right?
I just get out of the shower and I'm just like,
oh my god.
We did it 4 hours. They said it couldn't be done. We did it 1 hour for each dude who came together to make the ultimate Voltron in podcasting, live streaming. Thank you so much to everybody over my chat. I didn't know those were my super chats. I'm just like, man, they're cleaning up tonight. So thank you on my end, everybody that showed up. But Tommy, good to see you again. Can't wait to collab with you. Maybe at Disneyland, maybe at Universal. I'm open to either. OG, always good to see you. Thank you for introducing me to this whole different capsule of Disney creator content that I didn't know. And Theme Park Conductor, thank you so much for having me on your channel. Thank you for including me. I feel like a lot of times when people like look at channels, you don't get invited to things because of numbers and stuff. And OG knows that when I can make it work, I always love hanging out. OG, I owe you one of your Wednesday night hangouts. Sorry that I couldn't make the ones as we were leading up to Europe and whatnot. So want to get in the ring with you guys. And I promise the next time I'll talk less so everybody else can talk more.
Well, thanks for joining, Bricky. It was always a good time talking shop with you, man. I love nerding out, talking Westcott, all this.
Oh, it's so much fun. So much fun,
dude. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah, dude, you have so much knowledge, bro. You have so much knowledge to break down. You give me so much to ingest and to digest, man. And you give me so much pointers too for this next trip. And I won't let it go to waste for sure, man. I do
That's awesome.
Respect and appreciate your opinion a lot. And yeah, Conductor, like always, man. Thank you for holding this show, man. You are a very good host. OG, like always, man. You're the OG of the crew, man. You're holding it down like always, brother.
Conductor, I have a request though. Can we do this next time on Saturday night so we all don't have to go into Monday with a magic hangover?
I'm down.
You're muted, brother. You're muted. Still muted.
He's gone he's out for the count.
No, I'm not.
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Okay. So I have something I want to ask you real quick. Yes, you. The one and only. When me and Tommy do get back into town, and again, your schedule kind of frees up a tad bit, I would love to have you back on, and we can now dive into the next segment, which would be how me and Tommy kind of thought about the trip and break it down.
That'd be awesome.
I love it.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to hear how it went and like, you know, what worked, what didn't. Because the thing is, like, you always go into Walt Disney World having a game plan, but then you guys get there at like 8 o'clock and you're like, I mean, we got to go see the park, right? And so then you end up like, you know, the first time you see it isn't from the ferry. Like all the advice that OG and I gave you is like the optimal way to do it. But like the first time, this is a weird thing to say, but the first time I ever went to the park, I was like, okay, I'm going to do one park each day. And it's going to be amazing. And a friend of mine goes, when do you get to the park? I get there Sunday at 6 a.m. He goes, cool. I booked us a VIP tour that starts at Hollywood Studios at like noon. And I'm like, so I'm going to see all 4 of the parks in one day. He's like, yeah. And he was super excited. I'm like, that's cool. But I really wanted to go into each park like one at a time and soak it in. And now I'm going to all 4 parks at once. And so like, because that got thrown my way, I went to Magic Kingdom first because I just wanted to like absorb it like from the gate and do a lap, you know? So like I bring up the story just to be like, you have a plan and then life happens. So like literally when I went to Pandora, they bring you in the back way from backstage to Pandora when you're on a VIP tour. So I had a blindfold put on me and I was walked up to Pandora and then the blindfold was taken off because I'm like, it's a really bad way to see it for the first time. Just walk, yep, there it is. You know what I mean? Right. Like they designed this to come around the bend in the road. So I wanted surprise. So I'm like walking through Animal Kingdom with a blindfold on my face and a tour guide like leading me. People are like, what the hell's happening over here? So I say this because life will happen and you'll find some sort of bizarre way to do it, but I guarantee you'll have fun. And I can't wait to recap it with you guys.
Absolutely. I want to give a big shout out to our amazing guests, Orange Grove 55, Tommy Toon World, and the one and only Hey Bricky. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, well, we can't.
And Westcat.
And Westcat. Westcat was awesome tonight.
Yeah, he's on one.
And he's smiling if he's not biting your fingers, but
yeah. This cat just wants to kill us. All I did was take him off the street and give him a good life, and all he wants to do is kill me. Typical cat relationship.
Yeah, I love it.
Right.
I love it.
But I want to give a big shout out as well to all the amazing people in the chat between all 4 live streams. Amazing. All the super chats. Again, thank you for the love and support that you guys do for us as content creators. And you know, it's an amazing thing we do. It really is. And it's great to be amongst friends. And I actually consider all 4 of us great friends at this point going forward. Talking about these these theme parks, breaking this stuff down, and really feeling the passion for these theme parks, because I kind of feel like each one of us do share that. We share it to the point where we're so passionate about it. We want to see good things happen, but there can't always be good, because if there's always good, then when is the bad going to show up? And the bad's going to just come down like a bolt of lightning, and it's going to be awful. It's not going to be good.
The friction makes the story.
Yeah,
exactly.
100%.
Hey, best way to call it. But Orange Grove 55, I'm going to start with you, sir. Thank you again for joining tonight's live stream. Where can everyone find you on social media?
Yeah, always fun nerding out with you fellas. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bricky, for joining. I always love talking shop with you, brother. You can find me right here on YouTube, Orange Grove 55, talking parks, studio. We do the corporate stuff. We got an earnings call coming up. We're going to talk about that. So right here on YouTube, Orange Grove 55. You can also catch me on X, Orange Grove 55. And you can catch me on Instagram, Orange Grove 55.
Absolutely. And Tommy Toon World, I'm going to go to you, sir. Where can everyone find you on social media? And again, thank you for sticking around and hanging with us. I love it. The Ginger Brothers. I love it. You and Bricky. I love it.
Yeah, man, I'm the little brother. But yeah, Conductor, thanks for having me on like always, man. It's fun talking shop with you gentlemen. Everybody has a different aspect. This definitely is going to warrant a part 2 for sure. But yeah, you can find me on Instagram, that more day-to-day. I'm trying to get some horror movie reviews going as well as food reviews. That's TommyToon_. And then YouTube and TikTok is TommyToon_world.
Absolutely. And
you heard the man.
Thank you for joining the modern day Spielberg. I love it, with your world famous food reviews. And the one and only Hey Bricky. Thank you again so much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to be with us tonight. Where can everyone find you on social media and YouTube?
You can find me over at Schmoozies. I'll be working a shift over there tomorrow. And then sometimes I polish up the red car trolley. Even though it doesn't go out, they still need to keep it clean. And then sometimes if you're parking your car and you look off in the distance in the shadows of the Toy Story parking lot, you're like, is that a leprechaun with a camera? Yeah, it's me. One of my favorite things is when people come up to me in the park, they're like, hey, Bricky. I'm like, hey, check it out. Like I'm always in the weirdest spots in the park. Like I'm always like in the weirdest spot filming something. So yeah, you can find me at the Disneyland Resort. And if you find me, come up and say hi to me, because we're friends, not followers or fans. So I appreciate you guys for having me on here. Got to do it again. You guys definitely enjoy the Magic Kingdom. I'm going to go there first and warm it up for you. And then you guys have fun taking a lap after me.
Yes, sir. Yes,
no,
sir.
Absolutely. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in to this week on Conductor Sunday live stream. And again, we might hear breaking news tomorrow morning. We'll just have to wait and see. But all positive thumbs up at this point going forward. So, gentlemen, everybody, have a wonderful night, and we will talk very, very soon. Peace out.